All right. Hello. It's time for an ad break. I think, if I can get it to work. There we go. All right. No pants Sunday. Agreed. Hello, Plunge. How are you? Actually, hold on. I spoiled something for you in the Discord conversation that we had, so I need to remove my spoiler. I'll just have to remember to point you in that direction later. All right. So 2 minutes. Are you two up to anything fun? Oh, I should point out that Mirig is doing his charity stream a bit later tonight. So folks should probably pop over there. And, oh, nice, Plunge, nice. And donate if you can. Spread the word if you can't, that sort of thing. Not that I mind having you here, of course, but, you know. Are you going to show us the art later, or is it something that you're going to keep secret? And it's okay if you're keeping it secret. I promise not to be too nosy. Okay. Maybe. Oh, all right. Sounds good. Okay. Let's see. Halfway. Cut it off early. I'm too bored to sit through an entire countdown. Alright. Well, I'm hoping my thing won't up and die on me today. I was actually kind of sad about that yesterday. I didn't get to finish showing off that one mod. I can wait. Alright. So, last time I finished off the Aribeth revival modules. I think that went pretty well, which means I finished off the timeline, at least for now, of Stephen Linus Alpha, which means I no longer will have to look at him and snicker every time his name pops up. Now I've got to do it to someone else. So we are now going to look at another epilogue module set, Aribeth's Redemption. And you can see here, there is a nice summary. This model is a continuation of the official campaign, OC, for lawful and or good male characters interested in pursuing the Aribeth romance. The current version of this module takes the player character, PC, from his return after Morag's defeat through the trial of Aribeth and the first of what are planned to be several adventures, wherein the PC aids Aribeth in the restoration of her honor, closing out open questions from the OC. It is the author's intention to eventually extend the module to include additional adventures. So, as far as I know, it is completed with the 3rd chapter. But the fellow is still active in the community, so perhaps you'll deign to write more. Hello, Toasty, how are you? The nice thing about this one is that I could and did get to ask for permission to play this one on a stream, so I don't think there's much danger of me having to delete the VODs afterwards. And also, because he's still active, I think there's going to be fewer technical issues. But probably still some, because it is Neverwinter Nights and it is Enhanced Edition, and there are the occasional technical issues. Apparently they're working on it. Some folks are working on a new updated patch to kind of smooth out some of that. I don't know how it'll compare, but it'll be fun to see. So, let's go. Pre-made character. Oh, that's good, that's good. Alright, well, as long as you're not putting your schoolwork in danger, I am very happy to have you listen to me play terribly a hopefully good game. Alright, so I'm going to ignore all of these alphas. And I am going to go back to my post-OC timeline phase and create a new one. I forgot how I denoted. One thing I'm going to check real quick, though. I just want to see what I said. Yeah.
Get on them! Attack,
All
I say!
right. Okay, that's what I said. I like to try to keep these normal, or the same. Okay. Okay. Alright, well, if you're sure, Toasty, I'm gonna trust your judgment. But if you have to pay attention to schoolwork, then you should definitely do that. So, as a reminder, this is what the full portrait of Stephen Linus looks like. It is copyright Jonathan Earl Bowser. I hope he knows that his art is available on the Neverwinter Nights vault. I presume he does. But I suppose one never knows. He is not wearing any pants, hence the pantslessness. I come by it honestly. Alright. Here we are. Still looks like kind of a dork, but you know, that's just kind of it.
Get on them! Attack, I say!
Alright. So, the only thing is, I do kind of wish the two module sets didn't have such similar names. Revival versus Redemption. It's easy to squint and get them confused. So, this one's a beta. Oh dear. Premiere Pro? Oh. Well, I hope it doesn't drive you too insane. And Stephen is 18, which makes Aribeth a bit of a cradle robber, but we're going to go with that anyway. Deity is still Ilmater, and let's go. So, for this one, we should forget everything that's happened in the meantime, and go back in time to when we first defeated Morag in the Source Stone. It was a fun fight. I punched some people who were kneeling and then kicked her ass. I also met a woman named Ashir there that looked a lot like Aribeth, but I think perhaps her significance will be different in this version. And this Stephen is a beta male, and let's be honest, that's probably accurate. But why is Sharwyn here? Let's talk to her.
Hello there.
Someone give me a hand. This is too much to carry.
My god, you're a whiny little jackass. Okay. The hero returns. Ah, the joy of a victory won. The foe vanquished, the great Stephen Lioness, beta, triumphant, comes to claim his laurels. So... Well, hello, Eddie Ace Music, how are you? Well, the thing is, I traveled with Tomi, not Sharwyn, so I'm going to say this. Sharwyn, what are you doing here? I had another as my companion. I was sent here to meet you. Your companion has been sent elsewhere. The fighting has ended, and Neverwinter's victorious, thanks to the two of you, but you in particular. I am to escort you back to Castle Never. Where's my companion? It's a longish story, and you should ask me about it later. I was fighting near Mother's home in Black Lake. The men I led were victorious, and I reported to Lord Nasher. Hedreline, or some sort of projection of her, was there and informed us of where you were being sent, and that your henchmen would, at Lord Nasher's request, arrive elsewhere. I was sent to meet you here, and another was sent to find your companion. Oh, thank you, Plunge. That's very generous of you, and welcome, you. Welcome to subscribing. There is literally no advantage to it. But, aw, but your effusive thanks is very flattering nonetheless. Alright, well, I've heard more satisfactory tales, but I suppose that will do. How fare things in Neverwinter? The war is over, and Neverwinter is victorious. More than that, you shall have to learn from Lord Nasher. I was teleported here alongst as the fighting stopped. So I haven't the full story. Perhaps Esmeralda here knows more. We should ask her. Now in the other timeline, Esmeralda was evil, but it looks like here she is not. You're right, Sharwyn. Perhaps Esmeralda here knows how matters stand. Let us inquire of her. Okay. But first, I was bidden to give you something. Before I came here after you, that lizard creature, Hedreline, took me aside and bade me give you this Rod of Resurrection in case something happens to me. She indicated that you and I should go up to the second level of Castle Never and see Aaron Gend. I have something to say to Aaron, and will need to be with you. Well, God forbid that anything dire should befall you, Sharwyn. I will make certain that I do not leave you behind. Let us speak to Esmeralda. All right. So, got the ring, got that. All right, since I am slightly over encumbered, I'm gonna have... Oh, I do miss not having those extra bags of holding, don't I? Oh well. I'll shove that in there. Oh yeah, I forgot I had that. Okay, got a Rod of Resurrection. I think that's gonna be useful, so I wonder where I want to put that. I wonder if the Stone of Recall is gonna be useful this time around. Well, there's always here. Second quick bar. How many times? Okay, 50 charges, 5 charges per use. Okay, so 10 uses of Rod of Resurrection. Let's try not to waste that. Alright. Alright. Let's see. An eventful return. Day 1, month 6 of 1372. Morag has been destroyed, and the Source Stone successfully escaped from. Sharwyn is coming along and recommends that Lord Nasher and Aaron Gend be found and consulted with. Both of them should be on the main level of Castle Never. They should know the status of the war, Neverwinter, and Aribeth. Sharwyn has something to say to Aaron Gend, which will need to remain in the party until he is met with. Okay, well, it's good to know. All right, so let's talk to Esmeralda. Now, Esmeralda, if you don't remember, and I wouldn't blame you if you didn't, was one of Master Ford's students. She was the one that was a little nervous about the whole Source Stone thing to begin with. And like I said, in the other timeline, she was evil. But in this timeline, it appears that she is not.
Well met.
You've returned, Lord. Good. I was beginning to worry. The stone let loose a blast and a scream near half an hour ago. I thought that if you came back, it would be here. The time seemed to be growing long. A blast and a scream? Perhaps I should begin with when you left. After you entered the stone, it began a series of surges, glowing and fading, groaning, and growing silent. Master Ford and Cletus worked feverishly, both quite excitedly. And what did you do as all this transpired? I served as is my wont, effectively, efficiently, yet with growing dread. I informed you before your entry into the stone that I was concerned about Master Ford's probings into its nature. His curiosity has, I think, become more like ambition. And he probed the stone while Sharwin and I were inside. You mean Tommy and I were inside, but that's all right. Did anything come out? I know not if it was any doing of his, Lord, but a gang of lizardmen at one point suddenly appeared. Being all of us skilled mages, we instantly hid. But I think the lizardmen would not have noticed us in any case. They passed by, talking amongst themselves in some hideous tongue. They trooped around the corner and disappeared. And did they go upstairs? Have they gone to make war on Neverwinter? I think not, Lord. We heard no word from them until the stone gave its great discharge. From the commotion in the hall following, I would imagine that they were still there, as of half an hour ago. This discharge from the stone, what was its nature and effect? After the lizardmen passed, Master Ford and Cletus worked feverishly. They spoke amongst themselves of the Old Ones and the Queen. I had not heard that sort of speech from either before. I did not deem it a good sign. They looked ever more in the direction of the lizardmen, and I think had just resolved that they should seek after them when a sudden surge threw all three of us to the ground. That was the blast you spoke of earlier. Yes, Lord. I heard an unearthly scream, such as I hope never to hear again. A blast as of dragon's breath, I deem, threw me off my feet. The stone blazed with a fierce green light, and then seemed to pull back on itself. I then felt, or so it seemed, I felt an entity, such as I fancy a wraith or ghost must feel, passing right through me. I thought I heard a woman's voice muttering to itself, but could make out no words, and then it was gone. There's a lot of words here. That's okay, though. There's a lot to catch me up on. The stone was silent, unmoving, gone cold. Master Ford arose in a state of great agitation. He picked up Cletus, and the two began, increasingly frantically, to examine the stone. They searched the pedestals on which the words of power had been placed. They prodded, knelt, muttered incantations, screamed invocations, and finally, seemingly in despair, left the room yonder. I do not know if they ever talked to the lizardmen. Oops, I did not mean to run off. Hold on. I have heard nothing from that direction. Okay. And what of the stone? Has it lost its power? The stone has gone cold. I fear for the future of Neverwinter. We have relied from time on out of mind on the warmth that we now know this stone, though a greater threat, as it turns out, that we could ever imagine, has always provided. What should we do in the cold? How will this affect a city already grievously afflicted? Neverwinter's a worthy place, as are her folk. She's weathered storms before, and doubtless will overcome once again. I'm very confident for a man who's wearing no pants. I mean, I think the cold's gonna affect me, too. Shrinkage. The loss of the worth provided by the stone will mean change, and not necessarily for the better, yet the source of Neverwinter's material boon was also her greatest mortal threat. True, Lord, yet I remain anxious. I hope that our researches here are a boon to the city as she recovers from the blow of pestilence and war, and as she faces a future that seems cold and stark. Few great gains are made without sacrifice. You are wise, Esmeralda, wiser, I think, than your master. You'll be needed here, and I believe will be up to the task. I'm no seer of the future, yet I think your contributions to the city will prove invaluable. You'll be counted among her heroes. As you already are. I thank you, Lord. We will see what we can do about the lizardmen. I do not relish that encounter. I thank you, Lord. I don't know. I'm kind of looking forward to punching them in the face. And let's see. The agonies of the stone would seem to match the moment when Queen Morag met her doom. It was likely her passing that marked the scream. And what might the muttering spirit signify? From whence came it? A mystery, and one of no small concern. I'm not sure I would hazard a guess. What did you do then, Esmeralda? I assumed that the eruption was the result of your doing. I sensed that the evil within the stone had dissipated. It felt as if a massive weight of anxiety was lifted off my shoulders in the moments after the stone quieted. I hazarded that you might return presently, and resolved to wait. I'd as lief not face Master Ford in this mood, and I've remained anxious about the lizardman. I mean, fair enough. She's not a combat person. Thank you, Esmeralda, and farewell. All right. So, we have been caught up to new stuff. Doesn't seem to have changed anything, but there may be lizard men around the corner. My friend here's bosses may be acting really fucking weird. And, well, let's see if there's anything I'm supposed to loot before in this room. I don't think so. I didn't see anything, but quick glance. Nope, seems okay. Seems pretty empty. I like this weird swirly metal thing, though. It looks kind of cool. Alright. Well, I'm going to ignore the arrow, and I'm going to go this way. I'm a rebel. I am lawful good. That's about as rebellious as he's going to get. Now me, on the other hand, I am not lawful good, but we've gone into that before. There's Master Ford. Let's see. We got some books. Do I steal the books? I don't know if that I really need to steal these books. Unless there's one I've never seen before. Northern Forward Adventuring Troop, Rise and Fall of Netheril. I've read those before. I'll steal the scroll, though. Table. Oh, potions. Gonna borrow your potions, guys. Hope you don't mind. Potion of Death Armor. That's new. I don't think I've seen a potion of Death Armor before. I hope that's not a sign that I'm gonna need Death Armor. Probably is a sign that I'm gonna need Death Armor. Heal. Potion of Bless. You know, just in case, I might put on this other, oh, nope, I think I'm wearing my Death Armor belt. I am. Death, immunity, death magic. Okay. Alright, so I'm probably okay then. Alright, more books, and a chest and an alchemist apparatus. Nice of them to put a new chest in here. Yep, the best way to RP a lawful good character is to be the moral compass of the group. That is true. And I am better at being a lawful good character in a non-computer game. In a computer game, I just like to click everything and steal everything. But in a game where I'm not quite face-to-face with all these things I can steal, I'm usually far better behaved. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. In the current D&D game that I played recently, I'm gonna be a gnome warlock. And that's gonna be an evil character. I think it'll be fun. Oh, Eddie, you always steal books because knowledge is power. You don't read them, but if people can't get their hands on them, they can't get power. Oh, that's diabolical. I like that. I like that. That said, I mean, I often steal the books in our adventures so I can take them back to the Temple of Tyr. But, I mean, these are already belong to my allies, so there's no real reason to steal them. It's hard when people claim to be true neutral, but they're very obviously lawful evil. I feel that, but I mean, to be fair, the Forgotten Realms are always a little tricky when it comes to alignment. Like, I love the man, in as much as I love any Forgotten Realms character, but Jarl Axel is not neutral anything. He's still pretty fucking evil. He's just a bit less evil than most of the other drow. Yep. Okay. Beer because of lag? Okay. Alright, so let's talk to Master Ford and Cletus. Let's talk to Cletus first. He seems less important.
Hello there.
Please see Master Ford if you have anything to say. Oh, well, alright.
Greetings.
Huh, so you've returned, I see. I am so glad. And well satisfied, too, I should think. No second thoughts, no possibility of remorse. You remind me of, what's his name, from Ultima. Chop a few necks, smash a few baubles. Never mind the years of wisdom possessed by those you've murdered. Never mind the irrecoverable treasures you've destroyed. Oh no, Tyr, Torm, and the rest smiled down on their precious paladin and his little friend. Champions, champions all. Champions of ignorance, defenders of baseness, paladins of a cold, forgetful inhumanity. Dude, there is a fucking army at our gates. Fucking moron. Insatiable lust for power, and insatiable lust for knowledge gives a twinkle to the eye of this aged archaeologist. Though beneath the gleam, there's a hint of dark and sinister shadow. Okay. Do you not know the threat possessed by the stone? The stone contained knowledge, thousands of years old, and power beyond our meager ken. The stone warmed our city, yes, with its heat, but also with its promise, a promise you wantonly destroyed. The city may be poorer for the loss of the warmth the stone gave, but she will not be enslaved by an ancient evil. Okay, I'm glad you got that worked out. No, only by our own ignorance. The gods who warmed Neverwinter through the stone are now gone, thanks to you, to be replaced with the sad mediocrity of deities under the thumb of the Overfather, who gives little use to men. So you'd aid Queen Morag, our enemy. An enemy due only to your violence. She attacked not me nor my assistants. Her minions passed us by. They stand in yon chamber, but I sense they have not the craft of their superiors. They are scarcely more than ancient curiosities, Zeus specimens worthless for future research. And yet they are the last of their kind, and I suppose they must be faced. More of your wanted violence, killing those you condemn without judge or jury, destroying knowledge in the name of your petty gods and their greater god, the greater good. What good can come in the denial of knowledge, the rejection of power it brings? She's literally got an army outside murdering people as we speak, Guy. The queen saw only enslavement of us and our people. She was utterly cruel. Think you possess knowledge? Think you that you possess understanding? I met the woman. You who know only of blades and armor, of prayer and imprecation, of petty morals and superstitious zeal. I have more lore in this matter than ever you could claim. Had I not been in contact with my colleague Grax near Port last? Had I not studied the tomes and scrolls that he unearthed? You haven't met the woman. Dealing with the queen was perilous, but she revealed to me much understanding, cruel as you understand the word, but precise, mystical, even glorious. I should have served her in body, but learned from her in mind, been greater than ever I could be in this sad, cold reality, but I've been saved from it. Saved by an ignorant fool and his sword. Saved to benighted ignorance henceforth. This guy's boring. Alright. Is not some knowledge too dangerous to pursue, to corrupting of its possessor once obtained? Knowledge of violence, perhaps. Knowledge of how to destroy, of how to lessen the accumulated power and wisdom of the ages. Knowledge possessed by you, not me. I fight when I must, not when I deem it desirable, but surely there's knowledge which builds what is good. And there's also wisdom to discern what is profitable from what is worthless, what is noble from what is base, and what is fair from what is horrid. And your petty gods tell you what those are. No wisdom of your own do you possess, I'll warrant. I pursue knowledge. The stone was knowledge. Your petty morality robbed me of it, damn you. And now I go my way in ignorant bitterness, weaker and poorer for our meeting. I should have stopped you entering the stone, but that is not the higher way of those who pursue knowledge. No, ours is a lonely fate. If I could choose, what color would I be as a squid? Oh, that's an interesting question. I don't know. Maybe purple. I think purple squid would be fun. Alright, well, you have my pity, but not my apologies. I've done what I had to do. Farewell, Master Ford. Goodbye, and good riddance, Stephen Linus, Beta. I hope not to meet you again. So, Cletus, what is to be done? There are rumors of fabulous finds waiting in the ruins beneath Waterdeep, Master Ford. Could we not seek there? Oh yeah, go have fun with Halaster. I'm sure you'll enjoy that experience. Perhaps you're right, Cletus. Perhaps this time we can keep the Vandals away. Yes, let's go there, Cletus. Fools such as this one avoid the place, believing the superstitions surrounding the supposedly mad wizard in the place. Yeah, you go right ahead. Fear and ignorance are often of use to such as us, as you will see in Waterdeep. Yes, away we shall go. Sad. What do you say, Sharwin? Fools. First they would betray us to Morag, and now they seek to do mischief in Waterdeep. I doubt they would survive. Serving them right, I suppose. How can they not know what you just saved them from? Best not to waste anger on such as these. The fool saved from the consequences of his folly is seldom aware of the danger he was in, and so resents his rescuer. I would not look to such as these for gratitude. Nor to a paladin for brevity. Okay, that's pretty funny. There were a lot of words in that dialogue. Okay, whither now? To the lizard men, I suppose, though I do not relish the encounter. Surely you don't fear them. I would not underestimate our opponents. They were a formidable force in their day. But I do not speak of the battle as difficult. Rather, I would as lief not be the agent of their destruction. Wherefore? They are evil, and a threat to Neverwinter. Surely they must be destroyed. You can't seriously think they would surrender. I suppose not. Perhaps the death of their queen will soften their mood. I'd prefer not to fight. You still haven't answered my question. Why would you wish to avoid destroying the enemies of Neverwinter? I have no greater love of killing than you, but yet I find that love of my home overrides my distaste. And surely you must have killed in defense of our city many times before. Why would you hesitate now? They are, for aught I know, the last of their kind, Sherwin. Besides that, they are the creator race. Whatever their countenance, policies, and devices, we owe them something. I cannot but feel an ingrate, unworthy of their destruction. And if they leave you no choice, then such an agent I will be, but I needn't enjoy the prospect of such a thing. So you needn't, my friend. Ah, the burdens of heroism. I shall sing of them in his lordship's great hall ere long. That at least I can look forward to. Aye, as well, Sherwin. Let us go and meet these invaders. All the quicker to get you to your performance. All right. It's kind of weird to actually be traveling with Sherwin, because I never did. All right, more books. Steal the books. Well, that dude's a jackass, but, you know, it's all right. Oh, there's stuff over here I didn't steal. Let's steal the stuff. Missed a chest. I gotta be careful of that. There isn't a walkthrough of this so that if I miss something important, I won't know. Alright. Okay, well, I got myself yelled at by a scholar who has no sense of self-preservation. And we have a fellow named Volgrash over here. Actually, let's save. Let us save. Aribeth's Redemption. One. So, slave creature, thou hast the blood of my people on thy hands, though it must have been that passed the doorway to my queen's chambers. Your queen is fallen, and her sanctuary is in ruin. Slight typo, that's okay. Her servants will not return to this world. There's no army to join you. The plans of your queen have come to naught. The war of your people against mine is over. What wishest thou here, and wherefore stayest thou thy hand? Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have to cut it again. I was never particularly good at reading Shakespearean stuff, so... What wishest thou here, and wherefore stayest thou thy hand? Wouldst thou parley, or wilt thou surrender, and take thy rightful place in our service? Neither. You are the last of your kind. If you be not wholly evil, cast down your weapons, and accept my lord's justice. We serve not thy lord's slave creature. If thou wouldst assuage thy guilt at the destruction of my queen and her lawful return, then bow down and accept thy fate, and thy rightful place under the heel of my people, else fight and die at the hands of thy betters. So be it. I am a paladin in the service of my lady, and I do not willingly raise my sword against you. Die, slave creature. What lady am I talking about, I wonder? Interesting. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna kill him.
Leave no slave alive!
Oops, hold on. There we go. Now I can see what the battle's actually doing. Alright. I need this. Sherwin? If you wanted to help, that'd be wonderful. There's a bug. Sometimes it hits. I've been fortunate that it hadn't really before, but sometimes the followers won't do shit when it comes to fighting. Oh, there we go. I think she's doing stuff now. That's good. Alright, now I need to make sure I'm doing stuff. Alright. Oh shit, I lost Sharwin. I think I'm going to reload. Because it's early enough, I'm going to reload. I'm not going to read the dialogue again, though. Even though I quite enjoy it. I don't want to waste a Rod of Resurrection charge. I feel like I'm going to need those, because I'm not very good at this, and my henchmen die a lot. So, how about you stay here, Sharwin? I'm going to go here. Alright. And I think you're close enough. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. And now we fight. Okay. So now I'm going to have her follow, but hopefully she'll stay reasonably behind.
Fair enough.
Probably didn't do that right. That's alright. You know what? Let's get him first. He's an evoker. Evokers are mages. And yes, Sharwin, please attack the nearest. Alright. Alright. Let's take down that one first. I forgot. In general, it's better to take down the henchman before you take down the regular one. Because otherwise, you're going to get swarmed. And henchmen die quicker. Come on, you fucker. Kill that one. See the one right over there? Yeah, kill him. Or her. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Lieutenant, Warrior, Warrior, Volgrash, Warrior, Warrior, Warrior. Do I need to use that yet? Maybe not. Alright. Well, let's just go with this one now. Okay. Stop killing Sharwin. Alright. Come on. That one's almost dead. Kill him. Those ones are tough fights. Alright. Now I'm gonna get... you look easy. Good job. Probably should have blessed my weapon, now that I think about it. Oh well.
I'll kill you. You'll see.
If I don't survive this, I'll do it next time. There we go. Oh, that one's dead. Alright, let's get that one now. Alright, let's see. Alright. I also like blue. Yeah, I got distracted. Blue is good too. Oh, come on. Kill that guy. Alright. Alright. Do I want... which one do I want to kill now? I guess this one. Might want to buy some more healing potions when I get a chance though. Well, I'm very glad that unlike the other mod, I did not lose my levels, because I need my levels right now. Very much so. Alright. Oh, did I take down Vulgar? I didn't mean to. I thought I was killing the other one. That's okay. Oh, actually, before I die... Hi.
The battle is on.
Alright. It is rather sad to kill the lizard creatures. Oh, well. Who do you think you are? Potions are for me, not thee. How dare you? The more potions you use, the fewer I can loot from you. No. that yours, Sharwin? Okay. I mean, it's a nice dire bear, but it might be nice if you summoned it, I don't know, a few lizard men earlier. Can you get off of the fucking... No, get off of the...
Yes? Is there something you...
Move your fucking bear. He's on top of the rewards. Stop it. Now I'm clicking the ground too much. See, he's right there, and the rewards are right underneath. Move your ass, bear. Alright. That's probably rude of me, huh? I'm pushing a bear out of the way. It's like, I'm lucky Sharwin likes me. There we go. Alright. Movement speed decreased. Was I hit with slow? Maybe. Or am I just encumbered? Also possible. No. Weird. Okay. There we go. Alright. Well, at least your bear is kind of cute. Now that he's not standing on the loot. Wait, was there anything else I can steal? Nope, that was just money. Money and a ring. Interesting. No note or anything, though. Probably for the best. Alright. Do I want to go talk to Master Ford again and kind of gloat at him that I killed his lizardman? I think I'm going to. Let's see if he has anything interesting to say. Actually, I think he left already. Oh yeah, because he went off to Waterdeep. Where he's going to go bug Halaster, and that'll be very funny for all of us. I mean, don't get me wrong, Halaster's probably about as annoying, but Halaster also likes to pretty much kill anything that annoys him. And rhyme while he does it. Alright. Alright. Rodo Yanar. I guess we can talk to him. Who are you?
Good day.
Greetings, Lord. May I assume that the commotion I heard below was the well-deserved end of some great evil that threatened our fair city? This enemy will trouble Neverwinter no more. How fares Lady Aribeth? The prisoner lies yonder, asleep for aught I can tell. After you last left, all was quiet for some time. I saw the prisoner praying, it appeared, albeit silently. There was some ruckus below. It sounded as if a mob of walking serpents had arrived. They made no attempt to force the door and seemed to be waiting for something. Then, not an hour ago, some blast of energy came from below, knocking me and the guards over and laying the prisoner out flat. She convulsed a bit, seemed to scream slightly, and lay still. I thought some devil from the nether hells had come to claim his own, but when we checked, she could still fog a mirror, so I suppose the hangman won't be cheated just yet. So the lady sleeps. You have guards posted, you say? Aye, his lordship sent them down to protect the prisoner after the blast from below. Not that any of us rejoice in the task, but we do our duty. Thank you, jailer. I shall return presently. Okay.
Hello.
May justice be done to our city's enemies and peace be restored to the cities and halls of Neverwinter. Okay, well, I mean, that's not an unfair wish, I suppose. Militia, probably nothing useful to say. Is anybody in here? There's Aribeth. She appears to be unresponsive. Oh, no, there she is. She is easy. Alright. I guess she's not going to be very much of a conversationalist right now. Understandable. Can I open it?
Sorry.
Tommy could get it open for me. That's alright. Now, Hadriline was in here, but I'm assuming she's not anymore. Nope. No Hadriline. So I guess we go upstairs. Guess I'll never. Fucking bear. Can you please put your bear away? There's Aaron. I don't see Nasher anywhere. But, well, I stuck to Aaron Gund.
Well met.
Stephen Linus. Sharwin. Thank the gods you've returned. The war had fairly nearly ended, save for one matter, which I'm afraid Lord Nasher needs your help. Aaron, my friend, it is good to see you again. So the enemy's army is defeated. Not more than an hour ago, they suddenly lost all will to fight. Our troops were not immediately aware of the change and slew not a few of them. We stopped fighting as well, and the enemy was then seemingly overcome with weariness. Many fell asleep where they stood. We're rounding them up, even now. A glad day indeed. You say Lord Nasher needs help. In what matter could I be of help to his lordship? I'm sorry, but though hardly Neverwinter's enemy, I'm afraid that I am suddenly overcome with weariness. Master Gend, would you be so kind as to... Sharwin steps woozily forward and falls into an enchanted sleep in Erin's arms. A maid in your arms, Master Gend, and a right comely one at that. Pray see that she has the finest of accommodations. A fairer burden has seldom a man borne. I shall look after her. You may go and aid his lordship. As you may recall, there were dragons in the Luskan's army train. I'm afraid that they were not affected in the same way as the rest of the enemy army by the enemy's downfall. Lord Nasher has gone to meet with them outside the walls. Dragons? What could they want? I should think it obvious. They're trying to extort wealth from the beleaguered city to add to their hoards. They know that we were not victorious in battle, and likely think threats will be enough to gain their ends. I doubt that they'll find Neverwinter so pliant as they hope. Not with you, then, Air. Go into the room behind me and pass through the far door straight ahead. In that room is a secret door that leads to a tunnel to the outer wall where his lordship is parleying with the lead dragon. I will look to Miss Sharwin, and I will attend his lordship and the dragons. Farewell, for the nonce. Alright. I'm going to go the opposite way and see what there is to see. Oh, no. This door is presently barred from the other side, but shows signs of recent use. Perhaps it will be open again later. Ah, rats. Alright. Oh, cool, cool. This room is not a music room, as it had been last time, but is instead a sitting room of some sorts. Interesting. Oh, the entrance to the office. This door is currently locked, but may be open later. Let's save again. As I have frequently learned, saving many times is not a bad thing. Alright, let's open the door. Oh, there's the secret door. I'm glad I don't have to find it myself. Sometimes that happens, and it's annoying. Boots, unidentified. What kind of boots? Gargoyle boots? Those look like gargoyle boots to me. Do I have anything that can identify some boots? Probably not. Look at all this shit I have. I'm still short 2 bags of holding. 2 bags of holding. Alas. Though that was another timeline. Maybe this timeline I'll have a chance. Hello, Obsessive Repulsive. Well, you're always welcome to come in and bother me. I'm glad you're feeling better. Right now I am looting my lord's chambers from the look of it. Well, he doesn't need it. Oh, you know, I should shout people out, shouldn't I? Who is the first one in my stream? I think it was Effector, so I'll shout out Effector first. Hey! You are abusing your power, Plunge. Anyway, don't follow Obsessive Repulsive. He doesn't like that, but you should watch his streams because they're very, very fun. You should also follow Effector of Change, who is a cozy streamer who does lots of really cool Final Fantasy related things, and also some other cozy streams like Spiritfarer and Littlewood. He got me playing Littlewood, actually. Which reminds me, I haven't played it in a while. And you should also watch Plunge87, who does all sorts of shufflers and other cool stuff. He's doing Undertale right now. Has a long list that you can submit cool games to and make him play. And of course there's a shuffler, which you can now you can now suggest 2 games. I'm torturing him with Paperboy. Yep. Enjoy the coziness before Bezos bans it. That's fair, that's fair. Alright. Bezos, I guess. Not Bezos. Whatever. Okay. Let's go in the secret door. This door leads into a secret tunnel from Lord Nasher's chamber to the Neverwinter outer wall. Do I wish to enter? Yes, I do. Plunger tail marketing. I'm now at the outside walls. Ah! Gashlick the Great. You appear to have arrived in the middle of Lord Nasher's negotiations with a large red dragon. Come now, manling. What is your precious city worth to you? Surely more than the 100,000 I'm asking, along with a few odd gems and baubles, to be picked from your hoard by me, of course. Compared against the cost of an attack by Gashlick the Great, surely it's a bargain. I feel like I could take this guy. Challenge rating impossible, but I've fought some more. I fought Clout. Alright. Verily, speak the truth, mighty one, and any price is a bargain to spare my little flock from the wrath of one so renowned and terrible. But surely there are others to be reckoned with. What of your companions? Ah. Don't cry, Affector. I speak not for these others, and surely they will make their demands in due time. As the most powerful among our number, however, I speak first. We dragons, particularly we reds, are sufficiently strong so as not to need cooperation. We're not so chummy as you human weaklings. No, I speak only for myself. Your city has proven particularly weak. Had I known, I would have sacked it long ago. And I've sent word back to my kin that there are easy spoils to be had. I think they will be arriving any time. In the meantime, you shall have to deal with me. It is a red. I killed Cloth, though, so I'm not too worried. I mean, I cheated, but, you know, what's a little cheating between friends? Maybe I can use that. Oh, that is the cutest thing. Plunge. That is the cutest thing. I love it. Thank you, Plunge. Plunge made me an emote. It's so cute. I will figure out how to put it up later. Alright, anyway. I feel like I can kill it. It is indeed an honor to have the opportunity to serve so mighty a one as Gashlick the Great. Even the rumor of whose arrival fills the heart with dread. But surely the army that served and kowtowed to your magnificence has been turned back and broken. Surely the old one queen, who you've aided, has met her doom. What of it? Do you really think we were all swooning under the spell of Morag's little mind games? Come off it, manling. We are dragons. We fought those lizard worms in their day, when they had a day. We certainly wouldn't serve them now. I came here because it was in my interest to. Just it was in no doubt in Morag's interest to invite me along. I came to kill and plunder. The killing has been good, and the plunder not so good. You have the opportunity to make up for it, and that without further loss of life and limb. Do the right thing, Nasher. Pay up. Your offer is more than fair, Great One, yet my people are not entirely without force of arms. Oh, come off it, Nasher. You had only one general worth a snort, and old Morag fleeced her off of you like a kobold's nose wipe. Squirt a plague, a phony cleric, and a little mental domination in your direction, and before you can say dotard, you're stringing up her little boyfriend. Elfie girl gets all weepy, Morag turns the spells on her, and you can scratch one paladin. Okay, I kind of like that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Affector of change. Okay, I do like that. I do like Gash, like, calling out Nasher here. I suppose you've strung her up by now. As a traitor, no doubt. As a traitor. Fool. Morag had the little darling so helplessly frazzled she couldn't string two coherent thoughts together. She wasn't capable of treachery. She wouldn't have known how to buff her little nails if Morag didn't give the say-so. She was flawless as a general and perfect for Morag's plans, and mine for that matter. You can't honestly think I gave a fang about Morag's little conquest, and I had little interest in fighting your army. I wanted plunder, and Morag's choice of your elf girl was perfect. Morag wasn't the least interested in keeping your city, only in taking it, as quickly as possible. She twisted your little Aribeth around to do precisely that. She didn't bother with the supply lines, or even with shoring up her flanks. Didn't you ever wonder how she got past your army and your outer defenses so quickly? She never bothered to fight them. A feint here, a decoy there, and she'd bottled your boys up and passed them by. That's a long time. Okay. Always neatly done. The jokes are legion, and they're all on you. Because of Aribeth, you still have about 75% of your army intact. Because of Aribeth, your lands are hardly touched. Had Morag used her orc commanders or those Uthgard hooligans, you'd have scarcely had a soldier left or 2 unburnt fields in all of your dominions. When you finally get around to looking things over, you'll see that other than your city walls, Neverwinter has scarcely been touched. You've strung the little darling up as a traitor, no less. She might as well have been on your side for all the lasting damage her army did you. I think that's some slight retconning here. But that said, it's some slight retconning that works for the purpose of the story, so I'll go with it. So here we are, Nasher. Your walls are breached, your defenders scattered, clearing up Morag's mess. Your army's largely intact, but it's leaderless, and days away from being any real help to you. Some hero killed Morag, no doubt, but he'll never be able to return to your aid again. Conveniently, I'm right here. Besides, you don't deserve any help. You're to blame for this catastrophe. You killed Fenthic. You drove Aribeth to the enemy. The deaths of your people are all your fault, and stringing up your elf girl won't change that. You have only one choice to keep what's left of your people from further disaster. Pay up. Stop wasting my time, Nasher. You've killed your heroes. You have no army here. I am the most powerful red dragon in the north. I claim the spoils of war, and where are Neverwinter's heroes that would dare to oppose me? I'm here. Don't heed him, my lord. I have fought his kind before, and will again, if need be. 60 days streamed? Really? That's cool. Stephen Lioness, Beta. We had feared you lost in Morag's ruin. I rejoice to think that it was not so. I cannot think of a more welcome and timely arrival. Still, such a dragon is not to be trifled with. You honor me, lord. And you, O Gashlik the Great, it is an honor beyond the ken of any mere mortal to stand before so catastrophic an eminence. I fain would swoon at the mere whisper of your name, but to meet you in person is a terror beyond all words. I kind of like that it comes across a little sarcastic. Okay, so 60 days over a time period of two years since getting affiliate. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alright. I wonder why one of such illustrious repute should so lower himself to grace our humble environs. Your master was just telling me the same thing, and our negotiations are nearly concluded. I wonder that I did not detect you, manling. I smell dragon's blood on you. Indeed, I smell the aroma of a silver and a copper. A good paladin slays a silver and no fall from grace. Oh, of course. We'd heard that Morag flummoxed a silver into acting as gatekeeper for her. The weak fool. So typical of their kind. So you slew Morag's gate lackeys and now think to fight me? I also slew Cloth, by the way. No, wait. Ah, there we go. I sense something more. You've slain a red. I cannot let that pass. Indeed, indeed. I'll tell you what, Nasher. Give this one over to death. You're a good one for slaying your own heroes, after all. And I'll drop my price in half. 50,000 plus the odd gem and bauble. What say you? Nope. Your wisdom reaches to the sky, O great Gashlik. One who has slain one of your kin should meet no ordinary death. I should like a week's time to properly prepare a sufficiently painful manner of execution for this dragon slayer. Oh, the possibilities. My lord, if I may. O great Gashlik, whose breath is fiery death to lesser mortals, I have well over 100,000 gold, plus all the riches I gathered from the hoard of King Clouth, the most fearsome dragon lord I chance to best. I place all this at your disposal if you but slay me. I do actually have 100,000 gold. I have 200,000 gold. That's quite nice. I didn't lose the gold this time. I like that I get to keep my levels and belongings this time around. Why am I slowed? What the hell? I don't believe I'm encumbered. Okay, hasted. Regenerated. Movement speed decreased. Why is my movement speed decreased? Alright, one sec. If I do this and put it back on, will that change anything? Sometimes it does. Nope, it's still slowed. Oh well. Alright. Clouth, that shriveled, pathetic, aged, tottering old worm. You bested that dotard, and not think to stand against me? I'm a red dragon in the full flower of life. I could blast you into Glede with a single breath. I could tear you open with a single talon. I could skewer you with one swipe of my tail. Nevertheless, I offer twice what you asked of Lord Nasher, and you get the great pleasure of killing me yourself. Whatever King Klaus' faults, he was one of your kind, and I'm a clear signal to my people that it's possible for my kind to overcome yours. Yes, you should do micro screams every day, Affector. That would be fun. You speak the truth, manling. I shall enjoy feasting on your corpse, so be it. Die. So be it. Alright, well. Hey, Nasher's helping out. Nasher's actually going to be useful for us. Okay, I know I can't knock him down, but I'm going to try anyway, because I'm like that. Smite evil. Let's see. Yeah, good thing I got this whole red dragon armor thing, huh? Can't complain. Oh, where's my fucking battle log? There I am. Well, I seem to be doing pretty well right now. It's a weirdly convoluted way to say you get this when you've streamed 60 times since affiliate, but 2 streams a day wouldn't count. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So, Affector, you've got to be pretty close to it. Oh shit, he healed. Because you've been streaming, you've been affiliate for a while, haven't you, Affector? I think Nasher's immortal. Alright. I have to admit, this version of Nasher I don't hate yet. We'll see. He seems actually kind of useful. Unfortunately, though, I don't really have... Without knockdown, I don't have any cool moves to make. I could just keep clicking him until he dies. Stop that. Stop healing, you asshole. You're gonna run out of healing potions eventually. Self-care lunch check-in? Yeah, that would be fun. I support you, Affector, whatever you decide to do there. But I swear, you must be close to the time, because you've been doing this for a while. Oh, I think Merig's Bucky stream's up, just so you know, for cancer, so. If you're not watching, you probably should. Oh, did I kill him? I did. Okay. He became a chest. Scarab of Protection, Dragon Blood, and a belt unidentified that looks a lot like my other belt unidentified. Okay, well. I killed a dragon.
I bid you hello.
Please, go speak to these other dragons. Well, alright. Let's see. You are a green dragon. Uzfang the Odious. My health's not too bad, is it? Bithaxmil the Ambitious, and someone whose name I can't read. Hold on. Frazaglab the Cunning. Alright, well, let's save. Ah, Junkyard Dave is the streamer hosting Merrick. Okay, well, definitely go find Junkyard Dave then. However that works. I don't know how it works, but definitely go. I feel a little guilty for streaming during it, but that is what it is. Alright, what's over here? I want to see what's in the ruined wagon. Are there other things to loot on this battlefield? There's a book. Well, I'm not going to leave a book to suffer. But definitely, because Merrig is streaming Bucky O'Hare, and it's pretty fucking awesome to see. He's so fast. Alright, Uzfang the Odious. Let's talk. Speak to Bithamix over there. Bithaxmil. Speak to Bithaxmil. Oh, you're both cowards. Hi. Let us weep and lament, my brothers, at the passing of Gashlik the Great. Oh, how bereft are the mountains. A truly unique fragrance is wafted away, and will not be smelled there again. Alas, poor Gashlik. I knew him well, and liked him every bit as he deserved. That's a good line. I like that. I liked him every bit as much as he deserved. Truly an era has gone. The mountains will be a little cooler, a little fresher, and a little sunnier without the great red sun. Yes, my brothers, We do well to mourn the passing of so pompous and tiresome an old windbag. We've been at it for all of, let me see, 23 seconds. Truly long enough. Particularly given that old fool leaves behind an unguarded hoard. We shall rate it, and other things presently, my brother. So, human creature, what do you say? Hoping to take each of us one-on-one, each in his turn? Hoping we all play the same foolish game as old Gashlick here? Hardly likely, little one. I see. So you three are acting together as allies. That needn't concern you. Suffice to say that, though we should be every bit as saddened by your passing as that of old Gashlick, we are content to spare your life, for now. We could certainly do you in, little one, but you might take one or more of us down with you, and we've no desire for that. Yet. Come, brothers. We've plunder to take. Let's be off. You're not going to demand spoilers from Neverwinter? Don't push your luck, dude. Why bother? If Gashlick had won, we'd have been more than pleased to ride the gravy train. As it is, not only is this horde suddenly bereft of a guardian, but the city of Luskan lies utterly undefended. Thanks, of course, to you, and the late unlamented Morag. Why take honey from the hornet's nest when you can have cream from the sheep? Goodbye, little human creature. I trust that we shall not meet again. Goodbye, little human creature. Please don't try to warn the Luskans, as if you'd wish to. And remember what that fool Gashlick said. He set half the dragons of the mountains on you, so we suggest that you prepare. Come, my brothers, there's much to do. 3 dragons acting in league. This is not the last we shall hear from them, I fear. Yet they have left Neverwinter for the moment. I cannot envy the fate of Luskan. We shall have to do what we can for them. Right you are, Lioness. Beta. I shall have again send warning, and we can send a detachment to aid in their defense as soon as we may. This may be an opportunity to turn an enemy into a friend, or at least protect some of the innocent. We'll do what we can, Lioness. In the meantime, I have much to think about, and a boon to beg of you. Name it, my lord. East of here is an Ilmatari monastery. I have asked an important question of them, and would know their answer. I would go myself, as this is important, and not a little bit delicate. But I want word sent to Luskan of the dragons as soon as possible. I will see to the task, lord, and I will return with their word as soon as I may. Alright, well. I guess this gives me time to loot. What's my quest officially say? Okay. An eventful return. Okay. Morg has been destroyed and the Source Stone successfully escaped from. We got that part. According to Erengend, the war is over, and the enemy army is being rounded up. Aribeth appears safe, for the moment, but lies, apparently, in an enchanted sleep, which has fallen on those who are affected by the enemy. This includes most of the Luskan soldiers, the lady, and now Sharwin. It would be difficult to say that the negotiations with the dragons, who fought with Morag, went well. One dragon had to be slain, though not before he said some very interesting things about Lady Aribeth and the war. The 3 other dragons appear to be acting in league and are making veiled threats. They have left, apparently to make war on Luskan. Perhaps this effort can be thwarted. Okay. And Nasher's question. Lord Nasher has requested the answer to a question he has previously asked of an Ilmatari monastery east of where the Red Dragon was fought. Seems a little odd to be running such an apparently minor errand, but he likely has good reasons, and besides, there is no one else available to send. Alright, well, let's go look at all these corpses, yeah? Well, let's go down here first, because I don't like having blank spots on my map. Alright. Now we'll go this way. This is west, which is the exact opposite of the direction I need to go. Impaled monster corpse. Sapphire. Nice. Pile of spells. Fox's cunning. Speared corpse. Ruined wagon. Another impaled human corpse. That's a nice spell. Corpse. 44. 53. Okay. All right. There are many words in these dialogues. That's actually a criticism that the mod has, but apparently those kind of taper off after a while. is what I've heard. And actually, I don't mind it so far. I feel like Stephen would be a wordy guy, given the opportunity. Oh, more corpses. More corpses to loot, fellas. Ah, I could use another one of those. Actually, speaking of, I thought I had another batch. I do. That makes me happy. Okay, OBS is doing fine. I'm still connected. I've gotten a little more paranoid about checking. Alright, looted those already. Okay. There. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Well, it sounds like the module maker is already putting forth some stuff for Aribeth's defense. And I think that's probably a good thing, after all. We do want the storyline to allow for that, or else it's going to be a little tricky. I mean, I think in the main game we heard that there was a whole lot of destruction in the surrounding areas, but a little bit of a retcon is not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, thank you, Plunge. I appreciate that. Shall we go into this house and see if there's anybody here? Ah, this door is blocked from inside. A sign saying, "You loot, we shoot." Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Alright. You're a good man, Mr. Plunge. Very good man. Oh, there's a person here. Marigo Tildeniskin. Let's talk to that person. And what looks like a Vardo. I think that's what they're called. Like a Roma wagon. Let's talk to him.
I greet you in the name of Mistra.
Huh. A good day to you, Mr. Lioness. I am Marigo Teldeniskin. I seem to have arrived here at a propitious moment. That it, of course, was by design. Blah, I can't speak today. You've just arrived here. I came just as the siege was reaching its peak. I, of course, was warned of such an event, and informed of the role to be played by one such as yourself. I traveled many weeks, and well, here I am, just where I'm meant to be, at just the time I'm meant to be here, and speaking to just the one I came to see in a special. You came to see me, why? It's hard to say, my lord. I haven't been told yet, but I think I will be. You've tried to protect the indefensible from the undeniable, and now hope to reconcile the irremediable. Ugh. That's a hard word. No, I have to admit, there are a couple of words in these dialogues that I might actually need to look up later. But I remediable, irremediable, I believe, is that word, which I've never seen before. With the ineffable. I bid you well. I like the wordplay, though. This halfling sorcerer looks at you with a disturbing clarity, as if knowing something about your fate without ever having met you. Alright. My thanks, I think. There's an air about you, Master Tildeniskin. Wild magic, if I'm not mistaken. Mistaken you are not, alas, my lord. Let's say that there are some questions better left unanswered, just as there are some places best left unexplored, and realms of magic best left undabbled with. You dabbled with wild magic and suffered in some way? I am in recovery. As a part of my cure, I have been sent to lend you aid. By whom and what sort of aid have you been sent to give? My mistress can speak for herself, or at least I shall not break her silence for her. As to the aid I can give you, for now let us be content with mere merchandise. I cannot give these items to you, but assure you, the proceeds from all sales will go to a good cause. Would you care to see my wares? Yes, thank you. And I have no idea when I'll next get to a, Wow. There's some good shit here. Strength +4. Maybe I should sell some of the shit I've got, even though I try not to sell it to anybody but a monastery of Tyr. I may not have that option anytime soon, so I might have to be more flexible. So this is some nice shit, though. I've got one of those. Shield of the Dragon Slayer, I've got that is. Baldur's armor. I believe I saw some of that before. Yep. I've read that. Aslaferand Elven Chain. Interesting. These are all very, very expensive looking. I quite like them. Alright. Well, I'm not a sorcerer, so that's not helpful. Nor am I a wizard. Shivering. Oh, interesting. It's a bone ring. Oh, immunity to level drain. That's actually quite nice, isn't it? Oh, yay! Bag of holding. Mine. Okay. Alright. Now, I don't think I'm going to sell anything here yet, because I'm hoping there's a shopkeeper at the Elementary Monastery, and that would be more in character, I think, for me to sell things at. But maybe I can see what some of these things do. Oh, a commander's ring. Knock, one use per day. I do like that. I do like that. Ring of Holiness. Oh, that's nice. Okay. And Belt of something or other. Fire Giant Strength. Okay, that's nice, because the one I had before was Hill Giant, I think. Oh, that's only +3. Well, I know what I'm going to be replacing something with. And gargoyle boots. I called it. I know what gargoyle boots look like. Alright. Well, I suppose with these I don't really have to worry about freeing up inventory for a little while longer. So I'm not going to sell him shit. I may save here though, because if I go on too far and turns out there's something I needed, I might want to come back. Okay. Shop. All right. Feels kind of weird to be traveling without a companion, I have to say. Very, very strange. Oh wait, no, I was already up. Oh, I'm turned around. Okay. Some more buildings up here. Let's see what they do. Oh, another looter shooter warning sign. Fair enough, fair enough. I guess Neverwinter has their own share of antisocial, I guess archers probably. Alright, I don't think I can get up there at all, so I'm not going to try yet. Maybe I should sell things to that fellow. He seems nice. It would be cool to have a module that has, or game that has an evil merchant. And so everything you sell to the merchant throughout the, you know, like one of those recurring merchants like Owaka from Final Fantasy X, only everything you sell them throughout the game, the best of which gets put on like an army of people who then are sent off to fight you in like your second best armor that you sold so you could buy your best armor. I think that'd be really funny. Alright. Are you the Ilmatari Monastery? Oh, I thought it was going to be on a different screen, but perhaps it's not. Alright, I'm going to come back. I just want to flesh out the, Oh, that's neat. I was thinking I was going to have a scene transition, but no, that looks like a monastery. Okay. Oh, some of these little houses are quite pretty. Okay. All right, let's go here. Mard Kenther. Let's save. All right, I might go back to the shop and sell him shit, but because I don't think he's an evil shopkeeper. Though I suppose one never knows. Maybe make an evil Atelier game or something.
Hello to
Where you
you.
play the villain. Greetings in the name of Ilmater, my brother. I see that you have not suffered greatly from battle. Indeed, I would deem that few hereabouts could do you harm. What is it you seek here at Ilmater's temple? I am Stephen Lioness, Beta, brother, and I was sent by Lord Nasher to seek from your answer. Pardon me. I am Stephen Lioness, brother, and I was asked by Lord Nasher to seek from your order the answer to his request. Ah, I see. I have word for Lord Nasher, but first would ask something of you. You look the sort of man that we need. Tell me, would you do the monastery a great, albeit possibly dangerous favor? Name it. I shall, my lord, but not yet. You have word to bring to his lordship, and given its importance, I would deem that our errand can wait. I wished only to gain your agreement to help us, and that you have readily given. I thank you. And I would gladly thank you, brother, if you would either give me the message for his lordship or name the favor that you ask. That I shall, my brother. First of all, the favor, I suspect, will not seem much. We need our basement cleaned, and a monastic order considers this dangerous. It is, of course, a good deal more complicated than I have made it first appear. Something evil has awakened beneath the monastery, and we are too busy tending to the wounded from the battle to investigate. It started around the time of the end of the plague, and it has become an increasing cause for concern. I'll look into it for you. Thank you, my lord. As I say, you needn't start now. Please come back when you can and seek me inside. I will provide what aid I can at that time. You have my word. Now for his lordship's message. You may tell Lord Nasher that our sister monastery in the mountains received his request, that Anadriel Windeles herself will be here within 2 days. Very well. I will tell Lord Nasher. I will return to aid the monastery. All right. Well, okay. I think I'm just going to sell shit to the shopkeeper. There's no hail tea anymore. Actually, does this work? It does not. That's a shame. Alright, well. I'm going to miss that fucking thing. It was overpowered, but it was mine. Alright, so let's unload some of my shit to this guy.
In the name of Mistra.
He seems nice. Or at least, you know, somewhat less concerning. Alright. Sell a battleaxe. Shuriken +3. Shuriken regular I can't sell yet. Commander's ring I'm going to keep because that has utility. I like to keep things with utility that don't weigh a lot. Lesser Mind Blank is cool, but out of my league. Resurrection. Since they gave me a Resurrection rod, I'm thinking those things are actually going to be useful. Those spells now. So I wish I didn't sell so many of them during the main campaign. Oh well. I hadn't thought clearly. I did not think it through. Alright. I'm not going to sell Aribeth's ring. That seems like it would be bad form. Should I wear it, I wonder? Maybe. I might need the... I'll keep that, though, in case I need it for battle. Okay. Oh, actually, let's get rid of those. Arrows. Ice arrows. Stop moving things. Okay. I don't think I need a Shearer's amulet anymore. Although, that was really useful against that, against what's his name, huh? The dragon. So maybe I'll keep that on for a bit. Shape change. Ring of Holiness. Regular bolt. Alright. Because I've got the fire giant strength, I think, and armor +3, I think I can sell a few other stuff. Oh, will I need to arm Aribeth, though? If she becomes my henchman, will I need to arm her? On the other hand, I've got plenty of money. I could probably just buy her shit. So if she doesn't have shit, I'm sure I can. I'm assuming she's going to be a henchman because, you know, on account of her being the main character of the game. Or at least the module. It might be presumptuous of me, though. Well, I'm keeping that anyway. Okay. Sell the thieves' tools. You can sell the hill giant strength. Let's put some of these in here. I'm gonna end up being a drug dealer of dragon blood. Anyone want a taste? Alright, put that in there. Utility armor. I might sell that later, but right now it's fine. Souvenir armor. You know, I lost that cloak in Aribeth's revival. I'm actually a little annoyed by that. I liked that cloak. It's very pretty. Alright, keeping those. Nothing in there. Okay, sell that. Identify. Sell that. And that is a nice axe. Sell that. Open. 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 I have a lot of boots. It's that cliche about women in shoes all over again, huh? Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's put that in here. And in here. There we go. Okay. Alright. Now, in terms of things I would want to buy from here, I mean, that's nice. How does Frost Giant Strength compare? +4. Mine's +5, I think, so I don't need that. Wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to have another set or a gauntlet of ogre power, though, huh? And this all seems to be about where I am level-wise. Nothing too fancy. +3. Oh, that's a pretty bastard sword, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Alright, I have gone shopping. in the ways of women and female adjacent people. At least so the cliche goes. Alright. Well, there's Nasher. Were you just stand... You know, it was right here, dude. You could have literally walked there. It doesn't take that long. Alright. Let's talk to him.
I bid you hello.
Have you word from the monks? They say that... this name is going to be difficult. Anadriel Windwellas will be here in less than 2 days. I wonder if she's one of those familiar people from Forgotten Realms. I don't know. Excellent. This comes as a relief, Lioness. I suppose that you deserve an explanation as to why. Indeed, I sent you on the small errand in part, so you would learn what is about to happen. I think I understand already. This Anadriel is an Ilmatari cleric from the mountains, yes? She is. Go on. I would surmise, then, that she has some close connection with Lady Aribeth. The lady told me her story of being lost in the mountains as a youth during her pursuit of orcs to avenge the murder of her family. She was miraculously brought to the monks of Ilmater. This Anadriel would be one of those monks. So she did tell you about that. Good, yes, Lioness. Anadriel Windwellas was Aribeth's confessor during that time, and had an enormous impact in bringing her here to serve Neverwinter. I thought I owed it to Aribeth, whatever her fate, to bring to her a visitor of such importance to her. I think it will ease my task. My lord, I would prefer to discuss this later, Lioness. That is well, my lord. I'm finding myself unaccountably weary. I suspect that the slaying of the enemy has this effect on those who are either there, such as my companion and myself, or directly under her influence, such as Aribeth and the Luskan army. I fear that I shall not be able to fight off this spell much longer. Then please, Lioness, take any of the beds in the West Tower. The rooms there are reserved for visiting dignitaries and are the most comfortable. I would begin rewarding you for your inestimable service. I thank you, my lord, but my place is elsewhere. I should join the Lady Aribeth, for she is restored to the city, and I serve her still. I understand, Lioness, and I am not surprised. You will find that the jailer is expecting you and has a cot ready. Please come see me as soon as you can when you are awake. We have much to speak of. Good night. Good night, my lord. One more thing, Lioness. The tunnel you came through was a dead secret, known only to myself until I told Gen this morning. I cannot trust that it will remain secret. Therefore I have it sealed, and no one will use it again. It's not that I don't trust you, Lioness, or Gen for that matter, only that I cannot afford anyone to know that there is a means to enter the castle from outside the walls. I understand, Lord. Good morrow to you. So, can I go back to the monastery and clear it? Because I'm right here. Let's save and see if I can do that. Probably not. From the sound of it, it's not going to be something I can do right away, but I kind of want it anyway. I don't even know what number I'm on. 6, 7, whatever. We'll go 7. Oh, or not. We'll go with nothing. It's not like it saves over. I'm going to walk across this field and go see if I can talk to him now. Look at this vast trek I'm making. Look, I am the laziest person in the world when it comes to walking anywhere on my 2 feet, but even I could walk this distance. I'm just saying, I think perhaps Lord Nasher is a little bit lazy. Ah, another looting sign on the Ilmatari Monastery? Goodness sake. Alright, well, I guess I can't go in yet. So I'm going to walk back. Hello, shopkeeper. I hope your wagon is very comfortable. It looks comfortable. I always thought those sorts of wagons looked like they'd be fun to live in. Okay. This door leads to a secret tunnel in Lord Nasher's chamber from the Neverwinter outer wall. Do I wish to enter? Yes. Guess I'll never. Alright. I wonder if Nasher realizes I stole his stuff. Okay. It's over here. Nope. Nope. Alright. Now, I don't know if I actually considered myself in the OC to be quite as subservient to Aribeth as my character seems to in this version, but, you know, we'll go with it. We'll go with it. I mean, I am a follower of Ilmater, after all. So if anything says sub, I suppose that does. Alright. So why are you, like, hovering right outside her door?
Good day.
Greetings once again, Lord. I've had word of your intention to join the prisoner, and have unlocked the cell. My men will keep watch and make sure that there's no trouble with the prisoner. Thank you, Jailer. My duty is to be with Lady Aribeth, and I'm glad of your assistance. He smiles warmly for a moment before resuming a more official tone. Merely doing my duty, Lord. Good morrow to you. And to you, Jailer. This does seem a little much. Oh well. I suppose this version of the character is quite the romantic, so I guess this makes sense. Oh, I am awakened by the familiar sound of Aribeth's voice. Jailer! What is Stephen Linus doing here? He should be in a place of greatest honor, not on the floor of a prison cell. What has happened here? Aw, she's defending me. Okay, I guess I can go with it. Continue. Prisoner, I dare say this man's business is his own. My duties involve seeing to your safe incarceration until the hangman comes for you, not dispensing information at your whim. Now pray be silent, and await your just fate, in whatever way seems best for you. Jailer, I need not remind you that Lady Aribeth has not been stripped of her title, nor has she authority to reject it herself. She is therefore nobility, and is to be addressed as such. My regrets, Lord. I mean no disrespect to you, sir, nor to the legitimate nobility. Now with your permission, sir, I'll be about my duties. In peace, friend. The jailer is a good man, I see, but he certainly shuns you, my lady. And why should he not? I betrayed our people, attacked our city, and killed its children. All righteous citizens should wish my death and rejoice in it. More than once have I given thought to taking my own life, but that would be to deny justice. I have failed my God, my Lord, and my people. I would see proper justice done. Oh, great. Sorry, Amy, I didn't see that you redeemed Pixie Voice, so I will switch over very soon. How are you? But not for her dialogue, after the dialogue. I ask again... Not for her dialogue, but after the dialogue, I will continue to use Pixie Voice. I ask again, Stephen Linus, why are you here? Have not your valor and selflessness earned you the honor of the city you serve and its lord? Think you that you can simply abandon your place among them to give comfort to a prisoner who stands justly accused of high treason? Have you any need to ask, my lady? I am sworn to your service. If I have done well by the city or its lord, it is because I first serve you. If I have had a hand in the defeat of our enemies or the deliverance of this people, it has been because I am your servant first. Ugh, I cannot talk today. I can understand that. Stephen, no, you serve Neverwinter, its people, its lord. I serve you, lady. Do you not remember your last command to me before the enemy and the madness took you from my side?
Promise me as my dearest friend that you will find this cult and visit upon them the vengeance that I cannot.
But I asked you as a friend, not a servant. My friendship and servants are of a piece. Both proceed from loyalty and love. I took your words and my response to them as a vow. I sought out the enemy, thwarted her purposes, killed her servants, and in the end destroyed her and her leaders, of which I was one. I bade you kill me, yet you did not. The enemy would have had me do so, and I would not. And your heart was scarcely with the enemy. As soon as her grip was loosened, tell me, whither did you go? What did you do? Serve her further, or thwart her purposes? I sought to aid Neverwinter. I understand you, Stephen, but I can see aught but my own guilt, betrayal, and failure. I would see such as myself hanged. Then we can be grateful that your fate is not up to you. Tell me, lady, do you not remember your last words to me ere I entered the stone? There are lots of words here. Very much so.
If fate is kind, perhaps we will be able to continue this once Morag is slain. But while she lives, we must set our own feelings aside for the greater good.
Yes, I remember. Then I would continue our speech. Your words, as I said then, lightened my heart. They strengthened my resolve against our enemy, just as your ring, my lady's token, has strengthened my hand since you gave it to me in Port Last. I am touched to hear it, my lord, and I am grateful of your presence here with me. You have filled my heart, and it is very full, near its brim, I should think.
You have done more for me than you can ever know, and for this, I will always have special feelings for you.
I'm at a complete loss of words. I know not how to express what it is I think, or how I feel. I would not have you leave my side, yet I would be alone to sort out my thoughts and feelings. I care for you, though you shame me by your perseverance and your loyalty. And I for you. Perhaps I can offer you some measure of relief, my lady. I am pledged to speak to his lordship, and I suspect that our conversation will concern your welfare, and so I must go. Farewell. I shall return as soon as I can, and I shall anxiously await your return. Okay, so now back to the pixie voice. Let's see what the journal says, and I'll read you some entries in the pixie voice. An eventual return, day 3, month 6, 1372. I have awakened and spoken with Aribeth, who seems saddened but glad to see me. I am pledged to see Lord Nasher, but should first speak to Aaron Gend, who is likely still on the castle main floor. Clean the Ilmatari basement. Brother Mard Kenther of the Ilmatari Monastery outside the walls of Neverwinter has requested that a recently reawakened evil under the monastery be investigated. This will likely be more dangerous than it sounds. Mard should be contacted in the next few days. Okay, so there. You get some pixie voice at least out of the whole deal. Alright, now we are going to go see Aaron Gend. Hopefully he is there being languid and sexy as he often is. And, well, one thing I do like is that, unlike, say, in the other one, I think the NPCs who have an issue with Aribeth are treated a bit more fairly here. Because, I mean, they do have some pretty decent reasons to not trust her. And so, it's not presented to us like this jailer is in the wrong for wanting to see her hanged, considering she did invade the city. There just may be factors to it that the jailer is not aware of. Oh. She's a winged elf lady. Interesting. Let's see. This Avariel cleric of Ilmater looks at you with deep understanding. So this is the great Stephen Lioness, is it? I have much desired to speak with you, my son. I am Anadriel Windiless, Hieress of Ilmater, and I am here to see my old charge, Aribeth de Tilmarand. You know my name. My son, I have prayed over you and Aribeth these last 3 days as you lay asleep. Whoa, wait, I was asleep for 3 days? I have also been much closeted with Nasher Alagandar. He has told me much about you, as have many others here in Neverwinter. Ere I leave you, I would ask one thing. Name it, Iris. It is not so difficult a thing. I ask only that, when your god gives you the opportunity, please come and visit me in the mountains. If Aribeth is able to accompany you, I shall rejoice. If, however, Providence deems otherwise, then please come alone. I will come when I may, and I'm sure that my lady will be with me. I hope so. As you have been faithful to her, to the true Lady Aribeth, and rescued her from the clutches of the enemy, and rescued Neverwinter, and much of this world as well, I would give you a gift. And what, pray, would you give me, Hyrus? Please receive this holy talisman as a sign of my gratitude for your service. I thank you. I shall fight all the harder against our enemies. Ooh, and Anadriel's talisman of pure good. I want to see what this is. Oh, ooh. Look at that. That looks pretty swanky, don't it? Wow. Armor bonus +4, charisma bonus +2, wisdom bonus +2. Usable by lawful good, lawful neutral, or neutral good. Spell resistance 12. Thank you, Hyrus. I shall fight all the harder against our enemies. You have my complete trust in your abilities. Now I must see my old charge. You should speak to Sir Aaron Gend, who will direct you to Nashar Alagandar. I pray you farewell. Farewell to you, Hyrus, and I look forward to our next meeting. Alright. Well, let's put on the swanky talisman of Swankgood. Looks like a pearl necklace, really. And go from there. That was a long dialogue, so I save a lot, but that's mostly because I just don't want to replay the dialogues all the time. 4, 5, 6. So this should be 7. I don't mind the dialogues, but you go through it once, and that's enough. Alright, let's talk to Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Well met.
Stephen, well met once again, my friend. Oh, hey there, Sherwin. I'm glad to see you awake. My lady, come and see who has arisen at last. A busy time it has been for us all. I trust your rest was peaceful. Very much so. I'm eager to know how the city fares. Greetings, my somnambulant friend. So you slept well, did you? I rejoice to hear it, and should all the more so were I to hear that it matched mine. How do you mean? I awoke 2 days ago to the delicious sight of Aaron here leaning over me and staring into my eyes. I could do aught else but smile and return his gaze. That's a little creepy, actually. I know not how long the spell lasted, nor who blushed first. I mean, she was asleep, so he's basically was staring at her eyelids. Continue. Yes, but we have been inseparable since. Sherwin is valiant, beautiful, and merry. Her song inspires the workmen in their labors, the soldiers in their duties, and the common folk in their recovery. She's all I could ask for in a companion. Oh, well, it seems like these two got busy pretty quickly, huh? That I know only too well. I rejoice for you both that you have found each other in such a time. And I rejoice to hear it, though I must correct you, Sir Aaron. I am Lady Sherwin. We were all three knighted in the lovely ceremony the night before last. I'm sorry you couldn't be there, Stephen, but your stand-in was a first-rate charmer. I've been knighted. Here's a cheap illusionist spell, my lady. Lord Nasher awaits you upstairs, Stephen, and doubtless will perform your actual ceremony in private. As it was, he was unsure how long abed you'd be, and thought the ceremony would lighten the mood of the people. Something positive to give them, Sir Aaron and I have been taken into his lordship councils. Well, Sir Aaron was already there, directing the war effort and now the cleanup. Apparently his role has been too public for too long, and he can't return to the shadows. I've been given massive responsibilities, and Lord Nasher appears pleased with my results so far. Aye, Lady Sherwin is quite the gem of Neverwinter. Alas, it appears that I am to remain in the spotlight with her. But I cannot countenance that little fox of a halfling who seemed primed to take over my old position. As spellcaster he speaks of becoming, but petty thievery seems more what he's destined for. Oh, Tommy! You mean that sneak thief Tommy? My can opener! What's he up to? Oh, posh, Aaron. Tommy's just right for the job. At least it means he's where we can keep an eye on him. Anyway, Sir Stephen, it seems that his lordship has in mind that the two of us take over for Fenthic and Aribeth, as they are now lost to him. So the sword and scales are to be replaced by the song and the cloak. I suppose that will do, at least until I can come up with something better. We haven't the same deep connection with the church, but given all the praying Lord Masher's been doing lately, I'm not sure he needs it in the same way. Again, I rejoice. So, Aaron, I see how things are with one of the charges I left you with. How fares the other? How is Neverwinter? All is coming to be well ordered. Your late dragon acquaintance was right about one thing. Our army is largely intact. They began returning to the city 3 days ago, first in dribs and drabs, then whole companies began appearing. Many of their leaders were loath to admit that they had been badly outmarshaled by Aribeth, but they have had to admit their respect. Apparently, after Aribeth's initial feint, each outpost was braced for a follow-up, and it was not until after the final destruction of the enemy that they realized it would never come. So now we find that the city is better garrisoned than before the siege, and our lands are surprisingly intact. It appears the dragon was right about that, too. Apparently, Aribeth marched her army quite a bit out of its way to approach the city over her own lands, rather than despoil anyone else. She despoiled her own lands? Yes, apparently. She had the Luskan army sack her own home, burn her own fields, and chase off her own vassals. Little else denied to the city, save the immediate areas around the walls were heavily damaged. I know not what these actions mean, but suspect they reveal something of the complicated unraveling of her own mind. And the reports of widespread destruction were grossly exaggerated. So that's how we're working the retcon. Okay. Whatever spell she was under, she was no fool militarily, and let wild rumors do their work. And of course, there was the indisputable fact that Morag was able to influence all of our minds, except, it seems, yours. Does his lordship know all this? It was he who told it to us. He had brought he had brought in a paladin from the Order of the Radiant Heart to investigate. Meanwhile, damn it. This one might fuck up my voice a little bit. There's a lot of dialogue. Meanwhile, Luskan was not caught unawares by the dragons, thanks to you. They dealt with them surprisingly shrewdly, and came off much less poor than they might. Lord Nasher sent a detachment thence, including some old acquaintances of yours, under the headship of Sedo Sibail, the head of the militia in the prison district. Yes, it seems she proved to be one of his lordship's best generals during the siege, and has turned out to be a skilled negotiator. And with her went that elven friend of yours from Everesca, I can't recall her name, and the gnome mage from that mysterious island kingdom, Linu Lanaril and Bloody Knocklinkle. Yes, exactly. Isn't that exciting for them? Sedos will be well served. They are going to be a part of a provisional martial government to bring order back into the city, we hope. Eventual friendship with Neverwinter. I just hope it doesn't become some dreary military operation. Okay. 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 Methinks you and I will have some say in how things turn out in that direction, my dear. Meanwhile, most of the army of Luskan, at least those who could be shown not to be guilty of war crimes, were sent to defend their homes after pledging never again to assail Neverwinter and accepting the leadership of General Sibail. The remaining Uthgard tribesmen were released on their own recognizance after making similar vows. Dalen Red Tiger has proven invaluable. He had some sort of magic spear which he said you restored to him, surprise, surprise, and all the tribes gave honor to it. He's leading them home even now, and is expected to conclude long-term peace treaties with many of the surrounding tribes. The only real difficulty remains in what to do with the orcs. Oh, thank you, Plunge. Yes, I will hydrate myself. I have some water right here. And, I will drink. The orcs. And I gotta look at set my phone so I can see it a little easier, because I keep missing stuff. Sorry about that. Yes, they surrendered, but have been unwilling to strike much of a bargain. Lord Nasher is unwilling to put the lot of them to the sword, but is finding it difficult to come to a satisfactory arrangement. It is a puzzlement. Well, thank you for your concern, both of you. Okay. And I'm glad to hear that our mercenary friends are finding new ways to serve. Tell me, lady, what has become of the death-loving dwarven monk? Grimnall? He disappeared after the fighting ended, and I suppose is off to murder one of his brother monks or his abbot or some such thing. Frankly, I'd leave his not meet up with him again, in this life or the next. Yeah, he was kind of creepy. I concur. Is there aught else I should know, ere I see his lordship? Yes, my friend. A ruthless enemy has made unlawful war on Neverwinter. Its highest leader and chief earthly lieutenant have met with justice thanks to your sword, but there are others in her hierarchy who remain unpunished. His lordship has delayed putting the remaining leaders on trial, but can do so no longer. I see, and I would imagine that Lady Aribeth would to be the first to go on trial. You surmised correctly. Her case is the most complicated and the hardest for his lordship to judge. He cannot simply pardon her, and he cannot put on another unjust show, as what was done in the case of poor Fenthic. Ah, poor Fenthic. Surely the enemy has some influence on those proceedings. Oh, that I'm sure as well. Lord Nasher's in his administrative apartments. Go through this door behind me and through the door to the left to reach it. Aribeth is to go on trial today, and my lady and I must make arrangements until then. That's awfully quick. Neverwinter justice is awful bullshit, you know? I mean, even if we go with the idea that she's completely guilty, it's like, that's a shit ton of... That's not a lot of time to prepare a fucking defense. 3 days. Oh. This door will lead you to Lord Nasher's executive apartments. Do I wish to use it? Yes. Alright. I wonder, can I go to clear out the Ilmatari basement yet, or do I have to do this first? Alright. I suppose I'll have the opportunity after the trial, yeah? Maybe. Alright. This is rather nicely decorated. Let's go steal his shit. I am very lawful. I am awful lawful. Sir Toland Grutsevert. Grutisvert? Grutisvert, I guess. Let's talk to him.
Hello to you.
Greetings, Stephen Lioness. I am Sir Toland Grutisvert, of the Order of the Radiant Heart. Well met, Sir Toland. What errand brings you to Lord Nasher's executive apartments? A certain Lady Aribeth de Tilmarand, of your acquaintance, stands accused of high treason. His lordship bade me investigate the circumstances surrounding the charge. Okay. And to what conclusions have your investigation led? His lordship informs me that you're to be knighted, and so may participate in the trial. As apparently these events and their outcome concern you intimately, I was bidden to give you a copy of my report. Here it is. Okay. What matter of investigation have you conducted? I've interviewed all the principal agents, at least those who, being alive, are available to be interviewed. Officials of Neverwinter, Luskan leaders, common citizens, and others. Are you aware of a recently slain dragon who seemed to have considerable knowledge of my lady's actions and motivations? His lordship spoke to me long of this conversation, and it filled a considerable gap in my report. You're then also aware of the lady's approach to the city and her destruction of her own lands. Technically speaking, I'm not sure. I think she's probably breached a fiduciary duty to her own vassals, and that's something worth considering. But I do get the point here. His lordship and I traced the Luskan route, and are aware that the lady placed her troops at some risk, marching them considerably out of the way to approach the city via a route that would do the most harm to herself. It appears to meet well with what I have learned of her mental state at the time. Alright, right, here's the report. Okay. You speak as one who knows me, yet I'm unaware if I ever met. I am among the Order's chief inquisitors. It is in the matter of my art that I am able to inquire even of those who do not inhabit the conscious world. You interviewed me in my sleep? That's a little fucking creepy. I would ordinarily seek explicit permission from one so subjected, but his lordship assured me that the terms of your service to the lady on behalf of Neverwinter clearly give him authority to allow the interview. I understand, yet I'm not fully satisfied. I'd as lief not have my thoughts probed in such an uncontrolled manner. Please be aware, my lord, that I pressed only specific inquiries, all of which had been previously approved by his lordship and the elders of the church. Iris and Adriel Windeles of the Church of Ilmater monitored the questioning of both you and Lady Aribeth. She was satisfied of my probity. Alright, well, tell me of the Order of the Radiant Heart. It is an order of paladins dedicating to the championing of righteousness and justice. We support the churches allied with us, settle disputes, protect the innocent, and when necessary, bring the miscreant to justice. Do you live as a monastic order? Have you a rule of life? Our mother house is in Akatla, in Am to the south. We have a house nigh to Waterdeep, and some of us dwell there in common. Others of the order have homes and families, and while yet others lead a more peripatetic existence. We have no one rule of life, and we do not serve the same God, but any as shares the goals and outlook of the order. How does one join? The order is open to any paladin who is proved worthy, and is approved by the head of the house, including ours. Good aligned clerics, fighters, and champions of Torm may enter, but must first be approved by the head of the order in Akatla. I suspect that your deeds on behalf of Neverwinter will stand you in good stead if you wish to join the order. Okay. I am here to see his lordship. Where might I find him? Follow the hall past me. It will take you to his chamber. I will join you there presently, as I will need to be present to witness your knighthood. I don't know if I like this guy. He's been in my brain. And, that means he probably knows about all the shit I steal. Aside from being a kleptomaniac, this paladin is a decent guy. Who needs a magic staff anyway? Well, I have to be sure. We've had traders in the castle before. So I'm just looking around to make sure all these things are perfectly legit. It would be hilarious if
this is too much to carry.
If they pull a chrono trigger and I end up on trial myself and they start listing all the shit I've done that I didn't expect to face consequences for. I remember the very first time I played Chrono Trigger and got to the trial, and of course I fucked around like all elves, and so I was found guilty. I did not expect that. It was quite amusing. Then I decided to replay it just to be sure that I would be found innocent. But You know, I'm not used to the idea that my actions have consequences, so I would be very delighted if it turns out that I'm gonna get in trouble for looting all this shit. Then I would have to replay it and not loot all this shit, but you know. That's its own thing. Lord Nasher Alagundar. I like his throne. I want his throne. Why can't I get a throne? Alright.
I bid you hello.
Lioness, good to see you up and about, man. I trust you slept well? Good. I can't help but think you'd have spent the last few days more comfortably in the West Tower, but I respect your loyalty to Aribeth. Yeah, loyally. Other things must come first, however. Sir Toland, come in here, please. I suppose you've talked to Gend and that invaluable girl, Sharwin? Of course. I would have united you with them, rather than that foolish illusion, but, well, I suppose you understand. Of course, my lord. I'm honored. Sir Toland? Oh, there you are. Please, I need you to act as witness. Please kneel, Lioness. Beta. By the power invested in me in Sovereign of Neverwinter, I dub thee Sir Stephen the Magnificent, defender of the city, protector of her innocent, scourge of her enemies, and faithful servant of her gods. Arise, Sir Stephen. I'm Sir Stephen the Magnificent. How do you like that? Well, that's done. My thanks, Sir Toland. Now, Lioness, we've a difficult matter to attend to today. Lady Aribeth's trial. Lord Nasher looks thoughtful. Lioness, when my wife and daughter were killed, I thought I should never love again. In a way, that has turned out to be the case, and in another, you see Neverwinter as wife and her people as your children. Obvious, is it? A man in my position isn't supposed to have friends, Lioness. Some useful ones, I suppose, but not true friendship. Tell me, what do you think of my jailer, Rodo Yenar? He seems a decent enough little fellow, a bit officious, perhaps, and has absolute daggers in his eyes for Lady Aribeth. Shuns her like the plague. It was not always thus, Lioness. A jailer is one of the few that a man like me is supposed to cultivate friendship with. He has access to absolutely invaluable information, and if he knows what he's about, can get it far more quickly than any inquisitor. Up until recently, I'd have said, and my brethren in the councils of Lord's Alliance would have agreed, that little Rodo down there was by far the best of them, a wellspring of prisoner intelligence, and now I'm looking to have to transfer my heretofore circumspect and investigative little friend. What's happened? When Fenthic was put in prison, he struck up a deep friendship with Rodo, who had always had a disarming manner, but heretofore kept his distance. Fenthic had helped his sister some years before, and Rodo, well, much like the rest of us who knew him, couldn't help but become close friends with Fenthic. And when Fenthic was executed, Aribeth is not the only one who was hurt. Rodo was never the same again. Poor little fellow. And you miss him also. When Fenthic died, the church didn't just lose her finest cleric. The city didn't just lose a loyal servant. I lost a very dear friend. And he didn't just die, Lioness. I killed him. You didn't know him. But still, I did want a threesome with him, but, you know. I understand. I'm very sorry. And now I am to judge Aribeth. I can't tell you how much I've dreaded this day. Okay. Well, Aribeth lost her family, her father. You lost a daughter. You have a keen eye, Lioness. I cannot deny we've had a connection, though never anything untoward, and neither of us has ever spoken to the other of it. There's no sin in a man taking a father's pride in the accomplishments of another man's daughter, particularly if that man is gone. I'm not sure how I feel about that sentiment, the way it's worded, but we'll leave that aside. True enough, he had strong affections, unbidden or no, wound circumspection and removed that distance vital to the prosecution of true justice. And whenever you look on her still as would-be father, or as one stung by the rejection and betrayal, you fear you cannot judge her as you ought. I fear it may appear so. Can you not recuse yourself from the judgment seat? Surely this is a special circumstance. Lioness, were I free in this matter, I would wash my hands of her entirely, letting you decide her fate, and take her whither you will. Yet this I cannot do. I am her lawful sovereign, and that of the city she is accused of betraying. It is my duty to judge her, and no others. I am not at liberty to make the law my plaything. If I judge whom I like, when I like, or merely as I like, I am but aught but a tyrant, and that I will not be. Except, Fenthic probably has an opinion about that. And yet for you to judge one about whom you know you cannot be circumspect is to invite injustice. One sec. Okay. Sorry, I just heard an alert and was curious. Alright, well, I'll come back to that later. Alright. Yes. Glad you're not me, are you? Even if I could be impartial, it would not appear so to my people. They would think me either lenient on a friend or too harsh with a rebellious courtier. You rate appearance so highly. Well, appearance of impropriety is an issue. Without universal acceptance, law is but an abstraction. And injustice in seeming is as ruinous of good order. Okay. Without universal acceptance, law is but an abstraction. And injustice in seeming is as ruinous of good order as one in truth. Like Aribeth, I am a noble, and am not eligible for judgment by commoners. My actions and decisions, however, will not escape their scrutiny. How is the trial to be conducted, then? I have requested 2 bodies to advise me. Representatives of the Lord's Alliance and leaders of the churches of Tyr, Helm, Torm, and Ilmater. I have asked Sir Toland here to gather what evidence he can and present it to all involved parties. I will inquire of the Church and the Alliance, and after they have made their recommendations, I will pronounce sentence. And you hope for agreement between the 2 bodies before you speak. Verily, the hierarchs of the Church carry considerable weight with the masses. An agreement between them and the Lords of the North should show me to be acting rightly, were I to act in concert with him. And if they disagree, you will be seen as decisive, either mercifully or harshly. And so will be recognized as just. It seems to me the best approach to take in a painful and unhappy situation. Then I suppose we must be getting to the trial. I would meet you in the Hall of Justice. I would like you to act as Aribeth's advocate. I suspect she's not up to the task of her own defense, and as you have shown her such loyalty, this duty would appear to fall to you. I gladly accept. How ought I prepare? If you haven't talked to Sir Toland yet, please do. He will give you a copy of his report. Read it over before the trial. And understand something. This will likely not look like the trials to which you are accustomed. I'm not enamored of the adversarial system. It will rather resemble an inquest, wherein all parties are committed to finding the facts. It is I who am responsible for interpreting them, though I will ask advice from the Church and the Alliance. To the Hall of Justice, then. Alright, well, theoretically I have a report. Let's see if I can figure out where it was put. Ah, here's the report. Oh, actually, since you did redeem Pixie Voice and I didn't use it very much, I'll use it for this report. Sir Toland's report on the events surrounding Lady Aribeth's recent actions begins with Fenthic Moss's trial. Some pertinent excerpts. Of the commoners interviewed, the vast majority who could recall demanding Abbot Moss's execution could not now say why, nor did they believe justice was served. Those who did were divided as to whether the recent events in Neverwinter were a plot by secret elements in the Church, or a nefarious scheme by an invisible gnomish order, known apparently as the Patty Cape Plot. Lord Nasher Allegandar could not recall having ever reacted to the crowd with the fear he did that day. He saw the technical application of the law as the only proper understanding of justice and the only way to please the gods and satisfy the crowd. This has never been his understanding before, nor has he held such a view since. Lady Aribeth de Tilmarand recalled her response to Abbot Moss following his arrest as being aught but disgust, which she recalls making no effort to hide. She had no recollection of feeling this way towards anyone before, save perhaps at times herself. The abbot's abject despair, pained entreaties, and before the judgment seat, refusal to even attempt a defense of his actions, all brought forth in her only revulsion, completely squelching any desire to intervene on his behalf. At the moment of his death, she felt her heart pierced with a stabbing pain and utter despair. Lady Tilmarand fled into a nearby forest she had frequented with Abbot Moss during happier days and wept uncontrollably. All of the disgust she had held for the abbot up to that moment of his death was now directed towards herself. The report concludes with regard to the trial. While it seems possible to overstate the enemy's influence, Queen Morag's ability to sway emotion and dominate thought must be seen as a significant factor in the trial. In much the same way that the projection of her will daunted the defenders during the siege, so it appears to have overshadowed the minds and hearts of those conducting the abbot's trial. Their narrative continues through the events in Port Last, with which you are already familiar. The lady's dreams, your efforts to help, her hatred of the cult of Morag, a hatred increasingly directed towards herself. You note Sir Toland's discussion of her escape to the Arcane Tower. Lady Tilmarin's description of her mindset and actions on this occasion appear to bear out aspects of Lord Elegander's testimony regarding the words of a recently dispatched Red Dragon, to the effect that, while she grew increasingly confused as to her overall ends, she was quite clear as to the means. She used considerable planning and skill in eluding Master Erengend and his agents, yet was increasingly confused as to why she was doing it. In interviews, she indicated that while what was at first a clear understanding that the cult was behind her lover's death became over time an increasingly confused and objectless rage. By the time of her arrival in Luskan, in disguise, what had started as a self-appointed mission to attack the cult directly, she had intuitively understood where it was headquartered, and also we gave her like a couple of things of evidence before the final, quote, proof was in, had become a vague plan to enter the tower. By the time she entered the tower, she had completely forgotten that a cult, or a man named Fenthic, ever existed. It appears she had become increasingly open to suggestion, and upon meeting Malgrim Corathir, was ready to accept as true whatever he told her, and as necessary whatever he requested. It cannot be said that, by this time, she had any will of her own. Corathir seemed to treat the ceremony on the tower parapet as one of extreme significance. Up to this time, he had not allowed Lady de Tilmarand out of his presence for a moment. Afterward, he seemed content to leave her on her own for long stretches during the prosecution of the siege. The narrative finishes with your encounter with the lady in Malgrim's sanctuary and her current imprisonment, noting your refusal to kill Lady de Tilmarand, despite the enemy's plain desire that you do so, as well as the lady's return to the side of Neverwinter as soon as the Queen's mental grasp was loosened. All right, well, that's helpful. Okay. I was going to do something else, too. All right. I feel like I deserve more of a day of preparation before being my lady's advocate. I mean, it takes a little bit to determine the defense, but okay. All right, well. Neverwinter's justice system is fucked. We all knew this. It will remain fucked, I suppose, for a very long time. Ooh. Alright. I can talk to Erengend again. Do you have anything to say, Aaron?
Well met.
Yes. Hello again, my friend. I trust that your meeting with his lordship went well. Very much so, Aaron. I met Sir Toland Grudisvart and received a copy of his report. Indeed, surely you recognize that the report contains some very sensitive information that ought not be cast abroad. Aye, my friend, I will be cautious and vigilant. I have been tasked with speaking on Lady Aribeth's behalf. I see. Excellent. I can think of none more appropriate to represent her interests, and those of justice. I must make ready for the trial myself. Has Lady Sherwin preceded you there? That she has, and I must not keep my lady waiting, nor you yours. I will meet you at the Hall of Justice anon. Please feel free to go about the city beforehand and visit any friends you might have there. You may not get another chance to see them for some time. You suspect something will happen. Aye, but my suspicions are no matter, and I'd at least not speak of them now. Who knows? I may well be wrong. See you at the Hall of Justice. Until then. Aaron knows something. He is being a devious fellow and not telling me. Can I go outside? Can I open the door and go outside? That was not my intention. Ah, darn it. Can't go visit the monastery yet. Hopefully I will have a chance to later, because I don't like leaving subquests undone. Alright, never guard. And here we are. There's a chair. And a chest. Let's steal stuff. It would be awesome if I got executed for being a klepto. I mean, I wouldn't like it on account of I don't want to be executed for being a klepto, but it would be awesome nonetheless. No, I don't want to close the door, thank you. Okay. I think the hardest parts now, because I played Revival so close to Redemption, is going to keep track of which characters are in which version. But I suppose I'll have to figure it out. Alright, so I've been told to wander around the city before I go to the Hall of Justice. I suspect I will do that. Oh no, it's dark out. Fuck. Alright. Do I have a torch that will theoretically help me to look around? Oh, that's slightly better. And can I adjust the brightness of my screen so that I can see what the fuck I'm doing? Apparently not. Crap. Alright, so there's some militia people. Do you have anything useful to say? One of life's great joys is that of duty well done. Alright, well, I suppose I can't judge that, but I can, I suppose. Neverwinter militia. Let's see what's going on in the Trade of Blades. This is where I used to meet my henchmen. Trinkar and Tanith. Tanith was one of the sex workers, as I recall.
Well met.
Stephen Lioness, we meet again, only this time without the dark weight of war upon us. I can't thank you enough for all that you've done for this city and for my men. I'm glad to have helped, Trinkar. How are things with you now? Very well, Sir Stephen, very well. The fighting continued hotly for some time after I had begun praying to Torm some years before the siege. I found myself not so much rejecting Tyr as drawn to Torm, his resolution and might. Now, with battle raging around me, I found a strength that I hadn't known before. My next-in-command Polgrim, who I had trained with and fought beside for many years in his lordship's service, fell wounded. Almost without thinking, I swept my sword in a roundhouse motion I had not been able to use since a blow to my side some years ago, felling 3 enemy orcs that had pressed hard around us, and switched my hands, and fending off strokes with my left, held my right hand over Polgrim's wound. Whoa. Almost as much to my astonishment as his, the wound healed. When a short time later the enemy suddenly ceased fighting, I bore Polgrim to the healers. I told no one what had happened and spent a sleepless night in prayer. I felt myself drawn to the Hall of Justice, but not, I sensed, by Tyr. For though I honor him, my heart and sword were given to Torm's cause. In the hall I met Aliando del Guisarm, the Grand Champion of Torm, who is here for the war crimes trials. He sensed the change Torm had effected in me. Torm called you to be one of his champions. Verily. Aliando gave me materials to study and bade me visit again this place, which he said may soon be available for purchase by the church as a place of study for the servants of Torm and possibly Ilmater or others who are not official gods of the city, but in sympathy with them. Here I met young Tanith, lately pledged to Ilmater. Why should this building suddenly be available? The Trade of Blades wishes to procure a larger building near the Black Lake district. They sense that the nobles will be willing to pay top dollar for skilled mercenaries. This place is both too small for their purposes and too near Castle Never. They seek to profit from the insecurities of the rich? Some things never change. The Black Lake was itself little damaged in the war. However, there was massive destruction of the slums near the area. The trade plans to build its headquarters there. I have passed this information on to the army, who may not approve. The building will be up for sale, and I'm given to understand in any case. Tanith, doesn't he work at the Moonstone? I know not what his life was like before he entered the suffering god's service. He certainly looks the part of one of Mistress Aphala's pretty boys, for which I don't envy him. I'm glad to think he escaped such a life. Why, however, would the Ilmatari entrust this sort of mission to a complete neophyte, and especially send him so near his old place of business? Why should one so green in the service of Torm as I be sent? Much upset has visited Neverwinter. Much good could be done through the institution of church environs here, and the sooner the project is underway, the better. I suspect that, in both our cases, the more experienced clerics are busy with the war wounded, or are hurt themselves, or have burdensome administrative duties in the short run. The church must send whom she can spare. Aye, and it may be good for Tanith to pass near to the place so prominent in his old life. I know not for sure. While my interior life feels completely turned about, my professional life is relatively unchanged. I am still in the army, and I am spending my relatively scant off hours in pursuit of the purposes of the church. It is my expectation that I can be even more effective in Neverwinter service as a champion of Torm, and that my superiors will give their full support. Alright, mightn't there be some difficulty with the temples of Tyr and Helm if your seminary is located here? Concern is not unwarranted. The prestige of both churches suffered greatly due to recent events. Though no one consciously blames the Church of Helm for the traitor Dustler, most cannot but withdraw some support because of what the false Helmites did. That, and I'm not sure there are any legitimate Helmites left alive, but there you go. The Church of Tyr suffered in the eyes of the populace as well. Very much so. They were perceived as ineffective during the plague, and the betrayal of the city by Aribeth reflected poorly on the church she used to serve. Many of the clergy fought hard during the siege. A dwarven priest of theirs named Nirik was particularly heroic, and are prominent in healing the sick and raising the dead. Still, neither church can quite expect the depth of devotion it maintained before the plague. Then why bring new churches in? Will they not be perceived as a threat? Were we the churches of Talos or Zurich, such concerns might be justified. However, we come to strengthen those of Helm and Tyr, not to do them harm. Those who can no longer trust in either can turn to Torm, Ilmater, Sehnine, or whatever others join us. We will also pray for the established churches of Neverwinter and acknowledge their supremacy. This is a time for churchmen to draw together, rather than try to eat one another's children. Alright, it must be on my way, Trankar. It's been good to see you again. I'm off to Lady Aribeth's trial. I see. You are to participate. Yes, his lordship has asked me to advocate for her, and I have accepted. I will pray for you then, brother, as I'm sure will young Tanith here. We will each ask our God to strengthen you for the doing of justice. Indeed, we will do so for all involved, even Aribeth. Thank you, Trankar. May Torm continue to bless you. I'm thinking... Alright, well, let's see. Let's see how long it takes me to go through the city. I don't believe we met properly before, Sir Stephen Linus. In my previous occupation, I was focused exclusively on the fairer sex. Now I am given to the suffering hand of Ilmater, and may address all men as brothers. Well met, Tanith. How came you to enter Ilmater's service? As you may recall, I was tending the wounded during the recent hostilities. As I beheld their suffering, I came to see that I had much in common with them. They were experiencing pain of the body, I of the soul. Your professional duties brought you suffering rather than pleasure? Surely there was pleasure in the moment, but for how long, and what price? In harlotry I made myself an instrument of others' desires. While it is not wrong to serve others, it is wrong to become a means to their ends, rather than remain an end in oneself. No matter how hard I denied it, I knew my work was degrading, not only for me, but for my customers. Not sure I approve of this whole anti-sex work slant, but I suppose it's a legitimate feeling for someone in the profession to have. So, to slake the thirst of the body, while denying the heart the devotion it longs for, and the spirit the transcendence it seeks, is to do violence to any well-balanced personhood. I was tearing my heart and soul and casting them adrift, even while my will and flesh were satisfied. And looking on the torn bodies of the wounded you were tending spoke to you of your torn inner life. As a man I tended for hours died clutching my arm. As his life slipped away, I felt as though he were speaking to me as if he were the mouthpiece of a god I didn't know, beckoning me to life of redemptive suffering. A young lady lying nearby said that the dead man was a priest of Ilmater, and that she was studying to be one as well. She taught me some of the tenets of the church. Why are you here rather than studying with Ilmater's monks outside the castle or city walls or in the mountains? I have been with the monks since the war ended. As part of my initiation, they have sent me here to meet Trankar. He is studying with the priests of Torm. We are discussing how to convert this place into a seminary for both traditions. And how fare the arrangements? Well enough for all I know. I am to study the place and report back to my superiors. They will finalize procurement, remodeling, and initiation of the school, as well as arrangements with the Tormites. I will no doubt be evaluated based on how well I handle these initial steps. I'm sure you'll make out well, Tanith. All the best to you. And to you, my lord. I shall keep you in my prayers, particularly as the trial of Lady Aribeth approaches. It is well known among us that you wish her spared. How do you know this? The highest of our order has come from the mountains personally to be with the lady. We have spoken amongst ourselves, but not to any outside the monastery. I thank you, Tanith. Farewell. Alright, so I think that's everybody in here I can talk to. I don't know if it's everybody I can loot. Let's take a look. I probably shouldn't loot the church, huh? 74 gold is not that much. I suppose they could use it. They're helping suffering people and all that. But I'm still going to look at what they have, because you never know. Now, I'll rob Nasher blind, but, you know. We all know how I feel about Lord Nasher. Well, actually, he hasn't been too bad in this one. Okay. Also, you know, clergymen have been evil in the past, so I should always investigate. Ah, crap. Eh. Okay. I'm going to be naughty. I'm going to save. And then I'm going to smash it and see what's inside.
I'll kill you! You'll see! Here!
There we go. So what's inside? And then I will reload as though I never looked. Ah, okay, fair enough. Whistling innocently. I don't want to steal it. I just wanted to see what's in there. Ow, 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 ow. All right. So, don't know what to make of that background noise. I guess it's not horrific screaming, so that's a plus. Do I get to go to other parts of the city, or am I stuck in the city core? All right. Okay, here I am. Let's see, who else can I talk to? Well, it's nice not to see a whole bunch of corpses on the ground, yeah? Alright. Damn it! All these places are locked. A key is required to open. Okay, so I'm not going to try to break it down. Okay. So I'm probably not going to get to break into anywhere, but I don't have a thief henchman to help me anyway. Okay. Alright, it looks like the docks are not really accessible at this time. Oh, but this might be. Or not. No, you just close the door. Always open doors, always look, always steal everything you can find. That's the Sun's Pantalone Lioness way. Just because I'm a black sheep doesn't mean I don't follow the family traditions. And everyone's locking up with actual locks nowadays. This is the module maker saying, stop robbing people. And me saying, no, I want to rob people. Alright, let's see what's in the Moonstone Mask now. I am concerned for my old friends. Well, there's Ophala. And there's Tamora. I'm not sure where Luce is, though.
Well, hello.
Greetings, Master Lioness, or perhaps I should say, Sir Stephen. It is my pleasure once again to welcome you to my establishment. Alas, we are not quite yet open for business. We were only able to release the last of the wounded 2 days ago, and are hard put to prepare to reopen within the week. Do you hope to be in the same business? What else should I do? Our ladies and gentlemen help these cities through difficult times, soothing their hurts and providing welcome respite from the pain in their lives. Alright. I'm not going to be judgmental. And besides, I actually was a patron, thank you. So, I'll thank you to be less judgy. Hey, you did what you could for a city in dire need of escape. The comfort you and your people brought, whatever I may think of it, was well received. I partook, damn it. My character is not judgy. I appreciate those kind words, and I hope you're sincere, but frankly, I'm not too sure if business will ever really get back to normal, particularly since Luce and Tanith left. What became of Luce? It's your fault, really. When she got her sister back, she decided this was no longer the life for her. She moved with Lisa back to her family farm south of here. Last I heard, she was planning to marry. I suppose she'll make her husband to be a very happy man, assuming she hasn't already. I'm not sure what I should tell him. Is it your place to tell him anything? I suppose not. Still bothers me to think she would be ashamed of what she did here. Never seemed to bother her when she was doing it. What has become of Tanith? Religion is what happened to him. Apparently treating all those wounded made him feel holy and noble. He started to remind me of old Durnan. You know, it would be fascinating if Durnan had been a sex worker once in the past as well. Anyway, he's off to serve Elminter or some such. Sounds like a change for the better to me. I will be okay with saying that because I am a paladin of Elminter. Yes, I suppose it would. But why can't he just serve Elminter as well here? His lady companions, I'm sure, would love to hear all about his god while being serviced, and I'm sure would think more highly of a deity that could inspire a man to such prowess. Odd that it doesn't work that way. It kind of does. It kind of does. Alright, so what kind of backstory fact are you interested in, Effector of Change? Not with Ilmater, at least. Why couldn't he worship sooner? Hey, the thing is, Ilmater is the god of martyrdom and suffering, so I think Afala's not thinking clearly here. What kind of wind-down activities does Stephen enjoy? Okay, well, let's see. That's actually a really good question. I think he doesn't admit it, but he does like to read. But, he doesn't, let's see. He's a paladin. He does sometimes pray. He does, but not as much as he probably ought to. To be honest with you, I don't think he does wind down as much as he ought to. He's always kind of running about from place to place, finding different quests to do. So I think his wind down activities is to find something relatively minor, like to go about and find a kid who's got a cat stuck on a tree or something. I think kind of his neighbors worry about him a little bit. So sometimes when he's feeling really restless and antsy, there's conveniently like one of the little kids out there going, "Oh, please, sir, help me. We threw our ball in the neighbor's yard and we can't go get it ourselves. Can you please go and do this quest and get it for us?" And he's happy to do so, and he feels much better afterwards. So I think that's his neighbors looking out for him. So basically, he doesn't really wind down. He just does very minor quests. But sometimes he does actually sit down and read and do things like that, but only for a short time. I hope that answers your question. Anyway, I was busy disagreeing with Afala here, because if you think about it, Ilmater is the god of suffering and martyrdom. So, I'm just saying, there's a way to work that out with the mask. You just need to get a little kinkier, Afala. I've joked about it before, but it's like, obviously sadomasochism is not going to have the same name in a world that doesn't have the Marquis de Sade or Sakura Massage, but the idea of taking part in those activities would likely still be there, like the release, the endorphins, and so on, that make the physicality part of it possible are still going to be in these people. So I feel like follower of Ilmater would be a very, very useful way to describe a masochist in this setting. So I just think Afala lacks fucking imagination. So maybe she needs to look into embracing some kink in her brothel. All right. Anyway, and that's what Stephen's thinking too, because he was in the brothel before, and he did happily exhaust his sex worker companion. So perhaps a man does not so much choose his god as is called by him, his worship being in response to the god's initiative. Perhaps, but I've never sensed anything calling me except, well, best left unsaid, I suppose. Okay, I'm sorry, Afala. I must be disturbing you from your work. Not at all, my boy. Tomorrow and I were just ready to knock off and watch the trial. Trial? You can't possibly be unaware that Aribeth is going on trial this afternoon. We won't be allowed in the Hall of Justice. We're too common, and there's too much security there. We'll watch in one of the fountains near Black Lake. You're watching the trial in a fountain? Thank you, Effector. I thought you might see where I'm coming from there. You are unfamiliar with this place, aren't you? Lord Nasher has a fairly elaborate system of magic pools set up, into which his wizards can direct images and sounds of ongoing events. The incantations were too elaborate to use during the war, and the pools too public for everyday use. But for occasions like this one, it's the perfect medium. Everyone knows what happened at the trial and why. It saves a lot of explaining later. So everyone will see the trial. Of course, the whole city will decide if we can abide the verdict. Aribeth's a noble, so common folk can't participate in the trial, but they'll have a voice in the fallout from it. Nasher has to be careful how he decides Aribeth's fate. And what do you think it should be? I've learned not to be judgmental, if you couldn't tell by now. Such an attitude has its advantages, but leaves me utterly incapable of rendering any decisions about someone like Aribeth. I'm only too happy to leave it to Nasher, though I'll try, as only I can, to help him deal with the consequences of the verdict. So does she bang Nasher? I hope she does. I'm sure he will appreciate that. My thanks to you, Ophala, for everything, and my best wishes. As I recall, Ophala, Nasher, Kurth from Luskin, and someone else were part of an adventuring party a long time ago. So perhaps she does. And mine to you, Sir Stephen. Farewell. Oh, and do feel free to return once we're up and running. All right. So let's talk to Tamora. Seriously, though, she's really got a narrow mind when it comes to how gods can be incorporated into a brothel.
Looking for a good time?
Greetings, Lord. We're busy trying to get this place fixed up. Please talk to Ophala if you have any questions. Yeah, she's the one I exhausted. So yes, I am pro-sex work. I'm a pro-sex work paladin, damn it. That said, I can see why someone who wants to serve the church would probably not want to spend all of their time in a brothel, since they have other duties to do. And of course, some folks are dissatisfied with their jobs, and they should find new jobs if that's the case, if it's at all possible for them. So, as long as we're not getting judgy, I don't mind. Here we go. Another door I cannot open. I can also not go to the prison district. I wonder what happened to the prison now. I still think those escaped prisoners would be better off coming from the Neverwinter prison than Waterdeep, because it would have been more connection between the chapters, but that's okay. Alright, so, let's see. Mano. Do I know you? Mano a Mano? Let's find out. Hello, sir. Greetings, Lord. I am Mano, and now commander of the Neverwinter Guard in this section of the city. I thank you for your heroism against our foes. I thank you, Mano. Did you not stand guard at the entrance to the beggar's nest during the plague? Oh, I like that detail. That I did, Lord, though it seems an age or more ago. It's an honor now, looking back on it, to have aided you in saving our city, however small a part I played. I thank you for your kind words, Mano. Like you, I only played the part assigned me. All who took arms against this enemy are deserving of honor. Tell me, how did you fare during the siege? I manned the wall in the beggar's nest. The assault was not as fierce there as in other places. Actually, I think that was basically the war zone, but that's beside the point. Still, the action was warm. When our commander was killed, I stepped in and held the men together until reinforcements could arrive. We were not able to hold our ground, and we were steadily beaten back throughout this course of the siege, particularly when the enemy entered the city and we had to fight on two fronts. Yet you survived. My lord, it was a nasty street-by-street, house-by-house fight. We gave ground grudgingly, but gave what we did. Neither I nor my fellows were eager to cast our lives away needlessly. The enemy, however, did so repeatedly, advancing at great cost. Was there not a pall in the air? The enemy was almost mad with it, a nigh suicidal bloodlust that made them easy to kill but difficult to stop. We suffered from a sense of impending doom, a constant hopelessness that kept us continually on the brink of utter despair, and made rallying nearly impossible. Still, we fought with grim determination. And when the tables suddenly turned, the shadow lifted all in a moment. The enemy seemed to lose all sense of bearing. Some of our men leapt forward to press the sudden advantage. They were hurriedly pulled back as it became clear that this was no more fight to be had from the Luskins. We rounded them up and began to wonder what had happened. Rumor has it that the end was brought about by you. I did not act entirely alone, but yes, I was involved with the downfall of the Queen of the Enemy. Then again, on behalf of my fellows, I thank you. You're welcome, Mano. Farewell. Alright, well, let's go in here. Ah. Oh, I'm sorry, my lord, but both the gentlemen who ran this establishment are gone. Durga and Merrick, what happened? Durga, for reasons unknown to himself, took some of his better equipment and entered the fight on one of the walls in Beggar's Nest. By all accounts, he acquitted himself very well, killing many foes and helping drive back the enemy forces that threatened to engulf the academy. But alas, He did not survive the fight? A great red dragon swept in, just as the fighting was about to cease. Durga was engulfed in flames and fell from the wall. After that, Merrick seemed to have lost his stomach for trade. He boarded up the shop and indicates that he intends to leave Neverwinter. He is currently helping in the rebuilding effort, but apparently does not plan to be here long afterwards. The shop is up for sale, though I can't imagine Merrick will get much of it in its current climate. Still, it's an attractive location for someone in the shopkeeping business, I suppose. Your tale is a sad one. I suppose there are many like it in the city. Aye, my lord. Many suffered in the plague and the war. We are a badly damaged city, but we Northmen are a hardy folk and will recover. I only hope that our other enemies will leave us in peace long enough to effect that recovery. It is my hope as well, Mano, and I will do what I can for Neverwinter. I doubt it not, Lord, but surely you've done a man's job already. We would welcome whatever aid you can give, though we are quite prepared to see to the restoration of our city on our own. May Neverwinter return to her former glory, with sons such as Mano. I doubt not that it will be so. Thank you, my lord, and I pray that you're right. Oh, well, that's a sad tale. Durga did get to live in the other epilogue. It's good to know the differences, because if I ever do my plan of having the children of both timelines unite, I'll want to be able to keep track of what's different in each place. Because I think it would be really fun. I'm really weird. One day, there's a whole lot of technical stuff I'm going to have to figure out how to do for that, but... And figure out what module I'd do it with. Alright, let's see. We are over here. There's the clock tower and Nyatar the druid. Nyatar was always a less annoying druid than most, but he seems to be departed. Let's go see the annoying clock tower. Oh, and I finally have enough light that I can put my shield back on and put my torch away. Alright, well, I appreciate both of you. Thank you, Emmy. Thank you, Effector. Good night, both of you. And I'm probably going to be heading off myself soon. It's a little early, but I do have work in the morning. And I figure the trial might be something I want to do in the next day. Rather than today. But we'll see. Well, I don't know. It depends on how quick it looks like it'll be. Maybe I'll do it tonight after all. Yep, have a good night. Yeah, Mondays. Especially since I'll have to be up early to do stuff. That's okay. Altora Sarptil, let's talk to her.
I bid you hello.
Welcome again to the Cloak Tower, friend. I'm glad that the ward spell I cast on the castle during the siege did not turn out to be needed. I suppose that we have you, as much as anyone, to thank for that. Okay. How did you fare during the siege? I provided supplies and cast spells as my part in the war effort. The battle never reached this part of town, but I was ready all the same. I suppose that my efforts would have been for naught had you not been successful against the enemy. We all helped as our god gave us opportunity. Are you open for sales once again? She is. Does she have a... No, not really. Roll of Reversal, Rod of Beguiling, Rod of Terror. No Rod of Resurrection. I would buy another one of those just in case. But that's alright. Alright, so let's head back. And I suppose... Yeah. Maybe I'll be up a little longer myself. I want to see what happens, or at least see the start of things. It's so pretty, this town song. And look, no one is screaming in the background. Isn't that nice? No one's going, wake up, please wake up. Or, ah! It's all calm and nice and wonderful. Alright. Yeah. Duty, honor, what's this all? We've established I'm not a very good paladin. Alright. Let's save, because depending on how this goes... Alright. It's time for a pre-trial and discussions, maybe. Pre-trial. There we go. Pre-T. Alright. Hall of Justice. Saving the game. Oh, there's Sharwin, who seems to be dressed quite nicely today. Some people seem to look good in anything. Dressed in a noblewoman's gown, Sharwin looks to be one of them. She appears at ease as a member of Lord Nasher's court. Perhaps it's having Sir Aaron so close at hand. Wearing his new armor, Aaron appears to be settled into his new duties. His eyes greet warmly. Alright. Oh, here we go. Hello, Sir Stephen. We have a little time before the trial starts. Perhaps Lady Sharwin and I should tell you who is here, and what is about to happen. I have some idea, but I would like to hear more. Hello, Sir Stephen. I suppose you can see that everyone is gathered for the start of Aribeth's trial. Poor Lord Nasher looked as if he was going to be sick when Aribeth entered the room. I know a number of us are concerned for her, but I think justice will be done. I presume that means you think she'll be spared. I hope you're right, and I intend to do my part. And your part is to advocate for her. It must be thrilling and frightening all at once. I should both love and dread having to do the same for one I cared for. I should speak to her before this trial begins. That you should, my friend, but you should also speak to the others here. Save Lord Nasher, of course. Once you speak to him, the trial will start. I see, and who are all these others? Nurik I know well, of course, though I'd have expected Olaf to represent the Church of Tyr, and Dumal Erard I met briefly at Helm's Hold. Oh, Dumar had died in the Aribeth revival continuity, so he gets to live in this one. Olaf has gone to tend to the Temple of Tyr in Luskan. It was time for him to move on, shall we say. Oh, there's no scandal, Sir Stephen. It was time for him to assume some other duties. Nurik appears to have been the only one surprised at his elevation after his heroism in the war and its aftermath. I may get a chance to sing of it someday, though I almost feel as though my singing days were over. A pity. There just isn't time there used to be. Actually, excuse me a second. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Dumal seems to have recovered from the shock of the attack on Helm's Hold, and his guilt having survived when so many others were killed. I suspect that he came here out of loyalty to Lord Nasher. It is said that he is actively looking for someone to replace him at the Hold, and hopes to come here to be with his friend Nasher and minister to the city. Oh, one second. Oh, Dumal may have been the fourth guy. I can't remember now. There we go. That'll teach me not to put my water on the other side of the room. Here we go. Alright. I hope all turns well for him. And these others? Alejandro del Guisarm is Grand Champion of Torm, whose deeds are legendary. Dan and I used to sing a lovely song about his victory over the false god of Drurns. Now he heads the most important temple of Torm in the north, not far from Waterdeep. I look forward to meeting him, but I see no representative of Ilmater. Could not Hyris and Adriels have stayed for the trial? Doubtless she has her reasons for not attending. I do not know well the ways of high clergy. Perhaps it is because of her closeness to Aribeth. As to the others, you won't know. They are representatives from the Lord's Alliance. Oh, and there's Sir Tolan Grudisvert of the Order of the Radiant Heart. He and I met in Lord Nasher's apartments. Tell me, who's that lordly-looking elf? Toldwil Galanasia has been one of the leading lights of Waterdeep for who knows how long. Apparently he doesn't like to show a public face too often, though you wouldn't think it from the way he's dressed. He is also a close friend of Calvin Aronson, the famous Archmage. Calvin, the friend of Aribeth who first sent the water Davian creatures to Neverwinter in hopes of curing the plague? Yes, he thought his connection with Aribeth might make his presence here look improper, so instead we have Lord Tuldwil, who's actually the more important political figure. With him is Sugrium Highmart, an important army commander, and Dareen Fetian, a very experienced diplomat. So the churchmen, politicians, diplomat, and army are all represented. His lordship wanted to ensure that the trial was fair in seeming as well as in execution, though I suppose that's a poor choice in words. Aye, this matter is important as it is delicate. I think it unlikely that Aribeth will meet the scaffold, though if, as it seems, other commanders of Morag's army were guilty of war crimes, she cannot simply be pardoned, lest our leaders appear capricious, should they mete out grave sentences on these others. Go and speak to each of them, Sir Stephen, and to Aribeth first, if you like, though have a care and speak to Lord Nasher last, as speaking to him will start the trial. We have the opportunity to speak to you after the trial. So I'm thinking I'm not going to do the trial itself today, but I'm going to do all the preliminary conversations. I think that would make things easier. And then that means Tuesday, when I start, I can go straight into to that part. So let's talk to Aribeth.
Welcome.
Sir Stephen, the title suits you. I am glad you are here to stand by me at my trial. I cannot help but think of how I failed my poor Fenthic. Once again, you succeed where I have failed. I have no enemy assaulting my thoughts as you did then. My mind and heart are clear, as mine are when I see you. I gather that you're here to watch the trial. I am to speak on your behalf. Huh. There we go. Hold on. Sorry, just heard something. Okay. Indeed. Well, I suppose that your loyalty to me does you no harm in the eyes of the populace, given the heroism that you've shown on their behalf. However, I cannot help but think that you will suffer some guilt by association. Yet I am confident that Lord Nasher has his reasons for this, and for all the high folk he has gathered here to him today. He wishes both the Church and the Alliance to advise him as to your fate. Why should there be any question of that? But I cannot think of it. You are here, and so I am content. I wish you well, Sir Stephen, and I pray you do not suffer because of my fate, as I did over Fenthic's. I should wish to live, if only to spare you pain. And I should wish to spare you, my lady. Tell me, how went your time with the Hierus?
I am ready to meet my fate. There is a great peace upon me now.
The ministrations of the Hierus have brought comfort to me, almost approaching that which you have brought me since effecting my rescue. I am ready for whatever fate Lord Nasher decrees, and I wish to share in whatever that fate is, Aribeth. I will be by your side through the trial, but first I must speak with these others, and then the trial will begin. You and I will be reunited ere long.
I have you to thank for this. Without your intervention, I would never have found this peace.
Okay. Is there anybody in the temple infirmary I can talk to? No. Can I open it? Ah. Let me open, let me break into places. I want to see what's going on in all the different fucking doors. Alright. I don't know, maybe I will do the trial. It might be fun to do the trial. What do you think? You guys want to see the trial tonight? What's it here? A sanatorium. Oh, there's Sergal. I remember him. Hi, how are you?
Hello there.
Stephen Lioness, we meet again. This time I am charged of tending the wounded, rather than seeing to the comings and goings of the city's heroes. They are still wounded so long after battle? Long ago, it may seem, but the fighting ceased scarcely over 3 days ago. While we have been able to cure and raise many, some wounds will take many months to heal. We have sent home all that we could. Still, there are many who have no homes to go to, or no families to tend them. We do what we can here. I'm sure that's enough. For some that is so. Others are suffering less in body than in heart and spirit. Some have lost hope. Some their touch with reality. Others their loved ones, and with them their will to go on. We can nurse and heal their bodies, but it is beyond our art to heal hearts and souls that will require prayer, kindness, and charity. All of which you have in abundance, my friend, and I shall pray for you and your patience. And I for you and the lady. Farewell, Sir Stephen, and you, Sir Gold. Okay, there's Nurse Emily.
I greet you.
Talk to the priest. I'm busy right now. Sorry. Fair enough, fair enough. And Lord Tansy will probably be the same, so I won't bug her. All right. let's see. We have these nice poor dead patients. I'm not going to loot the poor dead patient, even if it has something I can use. It. Sometimes I am terrible. Alright, let's talk to Toland.
Hello.
Sir Stephen, are you ready for the trial? I hope you read my report. Indeed I did. I found it quite thorough and accurate. Your researches should well serve the cause of justice. Thank you, Sir Stephen. If my efforts indeed aid in the achievement of the ends of justice, then I have served my order well. Though, it remains to be seen if such will indeed be the case. Have you any thoughts on the guilt or innocence of the lady? My regrets, Sir Stephen, but I may not speak of such things before the trial begins. If you know my opinions on the matter, you must wait until the trial. I see. I apologize if I've given offense. I'm sure you will understand my concern for the lady. I very much wish that justice be done. It will, I think, not be easily achieved. Her situation is complex. The extent to which evil was done to her, through her or by her, is difficult to ascertain. Given her predilection for self-accusation, she will be of little help in determining her own fate. His lordship was wise to appoint you to speak for her. I pray that that is the case. I am fairly certain of it, Sir Stephen. You are a man of many talents, not least of which your honesty and some skill with your tongue. Well, I'm sure about that. I think Tamora of the Moonstone Mask can attest to the last part. And dialogue. Can I...
Hello.
Alright. Let's see. Alright, same dialogue here. Okay. I was just curious, because you put the other dialogue option will bring. So, let's talk to all these random people, yeah? There's Lord Nasher. I don't want to talk to him yet. I can talk to this nameless mage.
Greetings.
Busy, busy, busy. We haven't had much time for talking. We've preparations to make. Preparations for what? The trial, of course. The goings-on must be shown to all and sundry. Don't you know? We have to make it happen. Make what happen? Don't you see? We transmit images of the trial to the populace, using the magic pool. So we got a televised trial. The image goes into the pool and the townspeople can see it. By looking into any of the various pools scattered throughout the city, yes, that's right. And they can hear it, of course. Since a noblewoman is going on trial, no commoners are allowed in. Most of the nobles stayed home, security and all that. We'll give them a better view than they would have gotten here anyway. Transmitting a trial, I can't imagine that would catch on. Oh, Stephen, you're funny. You'd be surprised, my lord. Now if you'll excuse me. Of course, sorry to bother you. Ah, Stephen. Stephen is not a prophet.
Pleased to see you.
So, Sugrium Highhamart. Let's see, who are you? A halfling general carries himself with an air of considerable authority, and despite his size, clearly commands respect. That's a little judgmental, dude. Alright. Greetings to you, Sir Stephen. I am General Sugrium Highhamart, surviving commander of the Lord's Alliance forces. Surviving commander? Were the others lost? Not in the sense of killed, my lord, but some were. No, many were shamed by their failures in defense of the city, and resigned their positions, or at least insisted on temporary demotions. Others were removed by the political leadership of the Alliance. I was not chief commander at the initiation of the conflict, but am at the moment. Commanders remove themselves from their positions? We value achievement as much as honor in the Alliance forces. A man who fails to achieve his objectives as a commander may be given a chance to rise again if he requests demotion, rather than wait for it from above. One who resigns may not have his resignation accepted. It's as much for their own preservation as their honor that many have removed themselves. My elevation has resulted from both the state of flux of which the enemy is in at the moment, and from good fortune on my part. The men I commanded were defeated, but fought resolutely. My leadership could not be faulted, as we were badly outnumbered. Well, I'm glad you survived. And I'm glad not to be standing in judgment over Lady Aribeth. You put the matter bluntly. Think you that the case is particularly difficult? I'm a soldier, not a lawyer, said Stephen. It was Aribeth the betrayer that my men and I fought. It was she we sought to thwart and destroy. We were glad to see her in prison. A soldier ought never hold a grudge against a defeated enemy. Indeed, he should be particularly magnanimous in victory. But this was not a normal victory. We were defeated. Even those of us who were bypassed rather than overwhelmed were outmaneuvered and not in a position to defend the city. I think we could have taken the city back had the battle continued, but had you not killed the enemy, our objectives would have been achieved, and slaves we would have all been. So, having been defeated and demoralized, having achieved little by valor and force of arms, I stand in judgment, not over a defeated foe, but my superior in generalship, my tormentor on the battlefield, one I have no honorable mastery over. She was captured not by the enemy, but rather turned herself in because of you. I find myself put out of reckoning. Then are you not prepared to do justice today? A fair question, that. I have perused the report that the Paladin of the Order provided. I have some understanding of the circumstances that had led the lady to become our enemy, and am prepared to make such recommendations as I think appropriate for the doings of justice to the head of our delegation. As I say, though, I am glad not to be in Lord Nasher's position. Oops. I thank you, General Heihemert. I hope that we are able to speak after the trial. Alright, so that's one. I wonder if this will work like the other trial, where I'll have to figure out my arguments carefully. Dareen Fetian.
Hello.
Sir Stephen Lioness, Beta. It is an honor to meet you, and in the name of the cities of the Lord's Alliance, to express our eternal gratitude for your efforts on our behalf. Thus does the diplomat congratulate the warrior? Thy skill is with thy sword, mine with my tongue. There need be no animosity betwixt the twain. A diplomat uses words to avoid war, wherever possible, and failing that, to carry it on by other means, the better to avoid bloodshed. When this latter is unavoidable, as in recent unpleasantness, words will help bind up that which has been broken, which breakage is caused, no doubt, by the sword. All too often, verily. In this case, thy hand wielded the sword, not for blood's sake, but rather as the surgeon wields the knife, to remove the canker from the body. The body's wound will need healing, whether caused by the enemy or the physic. The healer, if he is wise, will know the difference, and well may give honor to the surgeon, for now the binding of the wound may begin in hope. So the duties of the diplomat may begin with hope. Aye, the recently departed enemies sought to set us against one another, sought to bring the best of us against the remainder, and fairly succeeded. Much binding of the wounds of distress and dissent caused by the recent upheavals will be necessary, ere another enemy sets upon our divided people. And are today's actions part of the requisite healing? That, or feel another setback for the patient. We know not at this time whether further surgery is called for, or whether the binding of wounds can begin with the mercy for the lady's life. I am hoping for the latter. As am I. I am charged with speaking on the lady's behalf. Indeed. Art thou as skilled with thy tongue as with thy sword? I hope so, for the lady's sake. Fortunate she may be proved to be indeed, should her gentleman demonstrate full possession of both talents. I shall eagerly await a report after the trial. Until then, my lord. Until then, lady. Now, just in case, I might switch out my lovely belt. I wish I had a slightly better cloak, huh? Maybe I should have bought that Persuade helm that I saw. Too late for that now, yeah? Right, there it is. I think I'm gonna wear my belt of the performer, though. Might as well. Get a little bit more boost of charisma, yeah? I don't know if that's gonna be an impact in all this, but if it is, 26 charisma is not too bad, right? So, Tuidwil Galanasi. Oh, I wanted to look at her. Dareen Fetian is known for her skill in diplomacy. She's obviously at ease and looks at you as if you were the only man in the world. The leader of the Lord's Alliance delegation gazes at you seemingly impassively. In his eyes you sense both age and wisdom.
I greet you.
Greetings, my lord. Actually, I should put these away. There we go. I am Tuldwil Galanasia, the Councilman of Waterdeep. I have been asked by Lord Nasher to lead the delegation representing the Lord's Alliance. I am given to understand that you're more than a councilman, my lord. What would just a councilman be, Sir Stephen Lioness? The title encompasses so great a host of duties, courtesies, formalities, matters of discretion, of delicacy, of diplomacy, that I think one should be quite chary of thinking it a limited office. No, a councilman, particularly of our fair city, is not just any one thing. You're a man of many duties, then. I am whatever my city and my sovereign require me to be, within the limits of chivalry, duty, and propriety, my lord. Today, I am advisor to an ally in a matter both vexatious and delicate. Justice must be done today, and treaties restored to the proper balance. Treaties restored? It is a gross violation of a most basic obligation of any alliance member for one of its high officials to become the enemy of the alliance. So long as that official may rightly be construed as acting as an agent of the member, he thereby makes the alliance member enemy to all others. So Lady Aribeth's actions serve to set Neverwinter against the rest of the Lord's Alliance? But surely the Alliance fought with Neverwinter against the Luskan army. How could Neverwinter be an enemy? We fought a common foe, but that alone does not make us allies in the sense that our treaties require. Neverwinter must prove that the lady was no longer acting as its agent when she made war on the Alliance. Putting her to death as a traitor would be sufficient to prove this claim, but there are other ways. Surely you would not be demanding the death of the lady if she can be shown not to deserve it. For myself and the delegation, we are content to see justice done. It is only that fulfillment of all terms of the Alliance may require something more. Just what this may entail remains to be seen, as it will depend heavily on the specific circumstances surrounding the lady's actions. Oh, that sounds kind of ominous. Alright, so let's talk to these people. Aliando del Guisarm. The renowned Grand Champion of Torm, Aliando del Guisarm, I feel like I'm badly massacring that pronunciation, is quite the physical specimen. He looks on his surroundings with a lordly, albeit kindly gaze.
Well met.
Ah, Sir Stephen Lioness, I presume. It is a great honor to meet you. The honor is mine, my lord. Pray, what is your role here in the trial? I am to lead the delegation from the church. We have been asked by Lord Nasher to advise him on the guilt or innocence of Lady Aribeth. We have reviewed the report of Sir Tolland over there, and will ask what questions we have during the trial. We will then make our recommendations to his lordship. We may also have judgment to pass ourselves. Why should that be? She stands accused of treason against the city, not violation of canon law. She was an official of the Church of Tyr, and is therefore subject to the church's discipline. Also, Tyr is one of the gods of the city. Any crime against the city may well be construed as a crime against its church. But please don't misunderstand me. The church has waived jurisdiction. If we have any sentence to pass, it will be with an eye towards the lady's redemption, rather than her punishment. Well, it gladdens my heart to hear that she will be offered redemption and forgiveness, rather than harsh punishment. And mine as well. I met the lady once briefly, some years ago, but cannot claim to know her particularly well. It is by reputation and third-hand account that I have mostly made her acquaintance. Still, it is only I who have used the words redemption and forgiveness. The lady's fate is up to Lord Nasher alone. He has discussed that fact with me. I am to plead the lady's case. You are to speak on her behalf. We will not be using the traditional adversarial system today. I will ask the questions for the church. Lord Twildil will do so likewise on behalf of the Lord's Alliance. You are to answer questions directed towards the lady, and she is not to speak for herself unless authorized by you. She may not speak for herself. She is deemed a risk to thwart justice by demanding punishment that may turn out not to be deserved. I am no priest of Tyr, but I understand his tenets and those of the city that have made him one of its chief gods, and it is his rule that justice be done regardless of the lady's wishes, or mine, or yours, or his lordship's. We do not own justice, Sir Stephen, so as to make it our plaything any more than we own the revealed truth of God. Only he that gave us his self-revelation can pronounce the tenets of belief in him. He is to be accepted or rejected by us, not defined according to our whim. In the same way, justice, like truth, is ours only for the knowing, not the inventing. I see. Have you any other questions of me ere we start the trial? I see only 3 churches represented. His lordship indicated that the Church of Ilmater would also participate. What of the Ilmatari? Hyrus and Anadriel Windless was here today. She was closeted along with Lady Aribeth. Afterwards, she approached me to say she could not participate in the trial as she was the lady's confessor. Nurik Dumal and I discussed the matter at length and agreed, per the recommendation of the Hyrus, we would forego Ilmatari participation rather than engage a lesser official of the church. I cannot but regret that decision. Hyrus' and Anadriel's wisdom and perspective would have been most welcome. I do not disagree, but no cleric would presume to tell another how to handle the delicate matters of the confessional. The Hyrus' decision cannot be gainsaid. I thank you, my lord, for your time. 'Twas time well spent, my lord. I should like very much to cultivate your acquaintance when we are both have more Alright. Let me not massacre that line of dialogue. 'Twas time well spent, my lord. I should like very much to cultivate your acquaintance when we both have more time and matters are less pressing. Should you have the opportunity to visit our temple, I would count it an honor. And I more so. I pray that the opportunity will arise in the not-too-distant future. For now I wish you well, and I hope that we may speak again after the trial. Alright. Ah, damn it. Now I really want to know what's going to happen in the trial, so I think I will stick around for that.
Hail to ye!
Oh, I don't know. I'm torn. Oh, well. Well, let's go through the last of this dialogue and then I can decide. Sir Stephen Lioness, we meet again. I'm glad. You aided me in a trial once before, as I told his lordship, and I'm confident of your abilities once again. So you speak on the lady's behalf. Much as I did on behalf of that Uthgard tribesman and Buren as well. I trust you fared well. Oh, well enough to be sure. Once our men moved on, many have come back here, things at the well settled down considerably. I'm going to miss being out in the countryside. The even-handed one's presence was somehow different out there. But you are needed here, and I rejoice to see you leading his church in a place so in need of comfort and solace. I thank you, my friend, though it seems odd to me that I should have been so honored. Why so? You've served here honorably, and I hear that you won considerable renown in the late stage. No more than many others. I am from the provinces rather than the city, and have always served smaller congregations and smaller venues. I feel out of my element here, amidst the machinations of the nobles, the needs of the army, the hordes of the poor, and now, of course, the many widowed and orphaned. I understand, yet you have shown great organizational ability and compassion. I am also from outside Neverwinter, and untainted by association with the plague. You have but very able clergymen here to aid you. I, for one, am confident that your ministry here will do well. Tell me, are you to lead the clerical delegation in advising the lordship as to regards to the lady's trial? No. I know that. I already talked to the guy, but that's okay. No, my lord. Regardless of my status, the lady is too closely associated with the Hall of Justice and its clergy. We cannot take a leading role at her trial, even in seeming. Then who speaks for the church? Alejandro del Guisarm, the Grand Champion of Torn. While not closely associated with Lady Aribeth as we are, Helmshold was deeply and tragically affected by the Queen's minions. They were likewise deemed insufficiently impartial, whereas the Church of Torm has little connection with the city, and her leader is highly respected. So I'm given to understand. Still, I trust that your wisdom will not be entirely shunted aside. Of course not, my lord. I do not know Aribeth well, save by reputation, but I will advise the Lord Alejandro as best as I'm able. I shall feel all the better for knowing that your counsel is to be made available to his lordship in this difficult time. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to speak after the trial. Until then, my friend. I get to preside over a trial while wearing no pants. It's the dream of any lawyer.
I greet you, my child.
Sir Stephen Lioness, I am pleased to see you again. Oh, you know, I didn't look at you. Dwarven High Priest of Tyr shows the strain of his recent relocation in Port Last, but he still managed to convey an air of confident authority. Okay, so what do you look like? Priest of Helm and founder of Helm's Hold, Lord Nasher's old companion, Dumal Erard appears careworn. His tired eyes remember you fondly, yet the memory is twinged with pain. I bet. I'm glad to have had the chance to help. How fares the hold? All too few survived, my lord. All too few. Still, watchmen from surrounding congregations have come, and Helm is sending new workers into the fold. We are becoming a community again. I cannot but be hopeful. I rejoice to hear it. Your kindness continues to be a blessing, Sir Stephen. I would give you a gift in honor of your help to our god. You're most kind, Dumal. What sort of gift are you offering? I'll add a property to your main weapon, if you have it equipped in your right hand. I will offer only one enhancement to one weapon, so choose carefully. What are you offering? I will either make your weapon keen, add a +1 to its enhancement, make it regenerating, or permanently haste you. Okay, here's my main weapon. Oh, so what do I want here? Keen, +1, regenerating, or haste? Oh, that would help, huh? Please equip one and come back. I am not wearing it in my right hand, was I? Alright. I mean, if I have haste on there, then I could remove the shoes and switch them out. That would be good. This particular module doesn't have the same elements that the other one did, where I need to worry about the triggering the dialogues as I walk, at least so far. So I can possibly get away with continuing a permanent haste, and then I can wear the dragon slippers, which are quite nice. But keen is good too. So is +1. What are you right now? I think maybe not the haste, because I've got plenty of sources of haste.
I greet you, my
And not
child.
regeneration. Well, there's a lot of things that are immune to critical hits, so I think I'm just going to go with the +1 enchantment. Inexorable helm, add to the virtue of this item, that it be the scourge of thy enemies, for thy righteousness' sake. Your item is now improved. Please use it wisely, and pray for me that I will be of service to my God and our people in the time I have left. I will, Dumal, even as I pray that justice will be done today. As do I. I have not known Lady Aribeth well, but I know that Nashor sets great store by her abilities over the years, and had high hopes for her. These are now dashed, and I know he is pained. I am here to represent Helm, but also to support my friend. I am sure it is a great comfort to his lordship, as I'm sure you have done all for both Neverwinter and the lady. As I'm sure all you've done for both Neverwinter and the lady. He loves them both, and it has been a great strain seeing one suffer at the hands of the other, and to be in the position of pronouncing on the life of the one he cares so for. I should not wish to see Neverwinter be avenged on the lady. Regardless of what happens, I think she will be lost to him, and I hope to be of help for him in this difficult time. I'm sure you will be. You are kind to say so. I trust we will have the chance to talk when this trial is over. Alright. Looking at the time... fuck it. Let's do the trial. I want to see what happens. And if I fuck it up... Well, if I fuck it up, though, I'm not going to continue it tonight. Trial. T. There we go. Alright, let's put those away. Actually, let's look at the cool sword for a moment. Goodness, it's now a +4. That is a nice sword. Alright. Lord Nashor Allegandar.
I bid you hello.
Let the trial begin. The prisoner will approach. The members of the advisories may begin their questions presently. Sir Stephen, as Lady Aribeth's advocate, you are to speak on her behalf. She is to speak only at your request, and is expected then to address herself only to you, unless you give her leave to do otherwise. Sir Toland, I trust that you have made your report available to all appropriate participants. Is there anything you wish to add at this time? Nothing at present, my lord. I will, of course, entertain any questions that the advisories may have for me. And I am prepared to speak on the lady's behalf, and I am prepared to fuck this up and have to redo it on Tuesday. Very well. I thank you both. My lords, you may begin the questioning. Thank you, my lord. I will begin on behalf of the Lord's Alliance. Sir Toland, you claim in your report that this enemy, this Morag, was able to effect the trial of Abbot Fenthic, and thereby effectively bring about his death. Yet other documents that we reviewed, particularly Malgrim Corthier's journal, wherein he expresses surprise at the trial's outcome, would seem to point in another direction. Why should we so lightly assume that the Queen was behind Fenthic's death? That's a good question. The testimony of the witnesses for one, my lord. The reactions of the crowd, of Lord Nashor, of Lady Aribeth, and even of the abbot himself, were surely outside the norm for all of them. While some strain of the plague may have had some bearing on it, I deem it is not sufficient to explain the convergence of these various oddities. There's also the matter of Morgrim's ignorance of the enemy's true nature. My lady, would you please repeat your words to me during our encounter in Malgrim's sanctuary regarding what you then considered your fate and his?
I am no blind fool like Morgrim. I know Morag will betray me. In fact, I'm counting on it. I deserve death for what I have done.
Whatever this says about the lady's state of mind at the time, there can be little doubt that this Malgrim Corthier was not aware of all the Queen's policies and devices, at least according to one in a better position than any of us to judge. And there's also the matter of the traitor Desther's indolent surprise at the enemy's treatment of him after he was of no further use to her. Blah. Aye, my lords, I spoke at length with this traitor, and can confirm his sense of abandonment and his surprise and anger at the turn of events. The Queen clearly did not inform her slaves of her actions, and so is a likely culprit in the death of Abbot Fenthic, whatever the accursed Malgrim Corthier may have thought. Point well taken, Sir Stephen. Pray explain, Sir Toland, the curious remark in your report to the effect that the enemy's influence can be overstated. How might this be so? The Queen's ability to daunt and deceive seems to have extended only to the manipulation of existing thoughts and feelings. The evidence does not indicate any ability on her part to manufacture mental states, or effective responses that were not there, at least in nascent form, already. So the lady's latent self-disregard was redirected towards another target, her former lover, and mingled with a distaste for the abbot that had grown as a result of their earlier disagreement over the false Helmites. You cast Aribeth a significant glance. She replies with a gesture indicating that she cannot deny your words. It would appear that others were manipulated in like matter, including, so it appears, his lordship. That I cannot deny. It is a hard thing to acknowledge, even having such secret thoughts as those the enemies used in playing me the fool, and having me put to death one who was no enemy of our people. You are hardly alone, my lord, and can scarcely be blamed for the evil of another. Left to your own devices, you would undoubtedly have dealt justly with Fenthic. Of this we are all sure, my lords. There but for the grace of gods go we all, but none of this changes our duty with regard to the matter at hand. I have another question, Sir Toland. Your report indicates that this Malgrim Corythier regarded the ceremony at the top of the host tower in Luskan as of great significance in relaxing his grip on the lady. If she was but a puppet parroting the words of others, why should such a thing have any significance? Should we not rather conclude that she was a willing participant in this and subsequent events? Oh, that's a good question. Sir Toland, permit me, if you will. I think the Church can answer this question. You asked Lord Twildale about the efficacy of parroted words in a ritual. I believe you underestimate the significance of ceremony in the mind and heart, indeed, in the whole being of any person. We in the Church make ritual acts and words central to our worship because they touch any and all of us so deeply. Even in your civic life, ritual plays a great part. Sir Stephen here was recently knighted. The ceremony should not have made any difference to him. So small were his gestures, and so simple, even banal, were his lord's words over him. Yet the power of such a ritual enactment is that it not only acknowledges an interchange, it, to some extent, affects it. Having consulted with Aribeth, you respond for her. The lady does not well remember her time in the tower before, nor a good deal of her actions after the ritual, but the ceremony and the words she spoke are as clear to her as they are painful to recall. Let the records show, however, that we have no definite proof that she was not a willing participant, only the actions of Corythier before and after, and the recollections of the lady, which seem to support such a conclusion. Let it also reflect my testimony as one who witnessed the event. Yeah, a witness should not be the lawyer here. This is a terrible, terrible proceeding. But I mean, I am not criticizing the module author for this, as everything we've seen of Neverwinter's justice system in the main game was equally terrible. So, this seems very much in character for everybody, even though it is a dreadful use of the law. Alright. I saw the dead look in the lady's eyes, heard the flatness of her tone, and noted the blankness of her face. She clearly carried no enthusiasm into nor out of the event. I have a question for Sir Stephen Linus. Beta. My lord, you have testified to Sir Toland that the enemy desired that you kill the lady when you confronted her in Malgrim's sanctuary, yet she is obviously still alive. You have both acknowledged that you bested her in single combat. Were the enemy's will really so inexorable, would you not have killed the lady as the queen bade? I did not, my lord, for I had no desire to do so. My one thought from the moment Lady Aribeth fell into enemy's hands was to effect her rescue. When I encountered her alone, I breathed a great sigh of relief, for it seemed clear to me that the enemy's purpose was that I kill her or she me. That was a relief to you. It meant that the enemy was through with her, and intended to cast her aside. It meant that the enemy's grip on the lady's psyche would in all likelihood be loosened, if not gone completely. All that remained was to best her without killing her, and convince her to accompany me to safety. While not all I had hoped for, this is how events turned out. I guess my wisdom's high enough that I can buy him coming to that conclusion. Okay. Not intelligence, but wisdom maybe. Okay. But still, the enemy wished you to kill her, and you did not. How did you thwart Morag's will when so many others had not? I had no will to do as the enemy desired. I suppose this left her with nothing to work on. Thank you, Sir Stephen. For our part, the Church is content. We are ready to consult amongst ourselves, and will give our recommendation forthwith. And what of the Lord's Alliance? We are likewise satisfied, and will pronounce after the Church. I do wish there was a little bit more interactivity here. That's the only thing. It's like, I mean, it's nice. I'm enjoying it as a cutscene, basically. But I I don't really feel like I got to be a really active participant, or like use strategy or analysis to try to give the best argument, but that's okay. I do like that this feels far more involved than the one in Aribeth's revival, but the focus of that mod was different, of course. But I like this focus. I just, I wish I got to be a little bit more of an active participant. Both bodies take counsel amongst themselves. Aribeth whispers to you. My lord, once again I cannot thank you enough for your kindness and courtesy. You have spoken well, and truly have done the cause of justice a service, though I suppose a small one. Whatever befalls, I pledge whatever remains of my life to you, as I already have to you, but let us speak of ourselves when the trial is over, for good or ill. The church is ready, my lords. We have previously waived jurisdiction in this matter, and will not rescind that decision. We therefore are not competent to pronounce on the lady's guilt or innocence with regard to the specific secular charges against her. We would, however, hold her blameless for all actions taken from the time she entered the host tower in Luskin, for from that time she was as a mad woman, and one suffering from madness cannot be responsible for the actions it forces on him. Alright. It is with her actions prior to the event that the church is concerned. The lady was high in the councils, not only of the secular state she served, but of the church of Tyr, her god. As such, she must be reckoned responsible to know the church's tenets and disciplines. She should be expected to keep vigil on behalf of the church and her god, and avail herself of the ministries and comforts afforded by the church. Indeed, if she is unaware of these and their value, one must wonder who would know of them. We are here to make certain that the teachings of the church are known. There is in our world but only one true God who is Lord of all, the one over Father Ao. I'm still not sure how you actually pronounce that. Known in an ancient human tongue as the Alpha Omega, the beginning and the end, is the one true God, and all others serve under him. And it is through serving them that we in our world serve him. I'm not sure I buy this shift in the polytheistic society. I mean, it's true in a sense that the Overfather exists like this, but I feel like most of the clergy that we see in the Forgotten Realms are very focused on their own god, not on this indirect service. But that's just my personal opinion. Okay. It is said that the words where the one is known directly, and even that he had come to incarnate form to redeem his people. I don't think we necessarily need the sudden shift into Earth religion right here. I mean, technically speaking, it's not the first time, given that the Mulhorandi gods are basically Earth gods as well, and Tyr himself is also borrowed from Earth religions. But I don't know. I'm a little iffy about that particular part of the dialogue. Anyway, we look forward to the day when such a thing will grace our world. No, I don't. Okay. But for now, we have only the lesser gods, through which we are afforded the opportunity to serve the one. I note that it is wrongly held by some that the one may be directly approached, but they make fools of themselves and mock the Overfather's provision. Okay. Service then of these lesser gods is no insignificant matter. Alright. Okay. I like this part better. Alright. Lady Aribeth rightly and honorably joined herself to the god Tyr. Her position in the temple brought her blessings and emoluments her way, but also entailed not a little responsibility from her. No one should wish upon her the sort of testing her faith was forced to undergo. She was wickedly used and cruelly treated, yet it is for such circumstances that the Church provides her faithful with blessings and sources of comfort, not in the least of which are others of the faith itself. Yet she did not avail herself of these, despite her certain knowledge that something was amiss. We have clarified through our questions in these proceedings that the enemy could not act on an unyielding will. In order to reject her God and abandon her church, the lady had to have some desire to do so. The church does not condemn one who is tempted, rather the one who knowingly submits to temptation's siren call, and this we conclude the lady did. We therefore pronounce her negligent in her duties as a churchwoman, and bid her make public convention and undertake public penance. While the gods are satisfied with repentance and amendment of life, and demand no more than a contrite heart and spirit, we recognize that the lady herself, for her own spiritual good, will require more. We therefore give her this token of the church, which will magically fill 1/3 of the way with each deed of superior supererogation. Supererogation. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. When the 3 deeds are done, the item will be filled, and the lady is to present it to her confessor as a sign that her penance is complete. She will then be readmitted to full communion with whichever of the 4 churches here represented that she chooses. She may become a monk of Ilmater, a cleric of Helm, a champion of Torm, or a paladin of Tyr once more. We further recommend that she bring along a companion to aid in this endeavor. We wish her well, and each of us will hold her in a special prayer. So speaks the church. Yeah, I get to be her sidekick. I quite like that. So I don't hate all of that. I like a lot of it. I do think the sudden dip into very, very recognizable Western Christianity is a bit off-putting in there, and not necessary really to the whole thing. I think you could just cut that bit out and it would flow perfectly fine. But that's just my personal opinion. It's not jarring to the point of being of affecting my judgment of the module on the whole. Okay. The Lord's Alliance is now ready. We likewise cannot hold the lady accountable for what befell following her entry into the Arcane Brotherhood Tower in Luskan. It is all too clear that the enemy held sway over her will such that, other than the odd self-abuse, I refer here to her approach through and despoliation of her own lands, she was aught but a tool of the enemy. She therefore in our judgment cannot be found guilty of high treason. It is clear that up until this time she had no desire to aid the enemy, but only to avenge her lost lover. However, her recklessness in her actions prior to her entry in the tower, her failure to even suspect that she might be under attack, particularly when this was recognized to some extent by Sir Stephen Linus, cannot be countenanced by responsible authority. Her error is noted as particularly egregious in light of the fact that she was a paladin. Thus we note, after consulting with Sir Toland and having ascertained through him the views of the paladinic order to which he is pledged, we therefore find her guilty of failing to do her duty to the Alliance, as she appears at the time to have been an official of Neverwinter, and to have been acting in this capacity. She would seem to have put the city in a particularly difficult position. Given this circumstance, we must take note of the terms of the treaties that bind all members of the Alliance. One item specifically requires that any Alliance member, a sworn official of which takes up arms against the Alliance, is to be considered an enemy. The member city can only satisfy the requirements of the treaty by putting the offending official to death as a show that the individual was not acting on its behalf. So Lady Aribeth would have to be put to death to prove that she was not leading the Luskan army on Neverwinter's behalf? The terms of the treaty are clear. If the lady was acting in an official capacity for Neverwinter at the time she began to make her war on the Alliance, then Neverwinter is in violation of the treaty binding itself to the Lord's Alliance. The state of her mind is not relevant to the question, only her relationship to Neverwinter. Putting her to death would be one way, well settled as a matter of precedent, of demonstrating that the tie was severed. There are others. She may not have been a citizen at the time, for instance. This would have to become permanent, of course. Assuming that the lady's life can be spared, we in the Alliance would still have to consider her an enemy, though one which we are not at war. She would be allowed the opportunity to re-earn our friendship. Here's the Alliance's token. If the lady performs 5 deeds on behalf of the Alliance members, the token will magically fill, and may be brought to an official of any Alliance member city, and her friendship will be restored. The Lord's Alliance has spoken. I thank the Church and the Alliance for their wisdom and counsel. Before pronouncing the court's judgment on Lady Aribeth, I must make a pronouncement. Abbot Fenthic Moss died a traitor's death, who was no traitor. The evidence clearly shows that his execution was the result of the machinations of the enemy and no treachery on his part. Let his name therefore be stricken from the rolls of those who have made themselves enemies of our people, and written instead in the book of those who died honorably as a result of the enemy's attack. Because of his mistakes, the abbot cannot be counted among the war's heroes, but rather as a war's casualty, who died honorably as one of the city's servants. Let his body be moved from its current location and laid in a place of honor in the city. I, meanwhile, shall give to the Church of Tyr from my personal funds a sum sufficient to erect a chapel in his honor, which I shall daily add my prayers to those of the Church. As to Lady Aribeth, having reviewed the evidence, listened to the testimony, and the recommendations of the advisories, We are prepared to pronounce this court's justice. We concur that her actions following her entry into the tower in Luskan were not in her control, and therefore she cannot be found guilty of high treason, because of her position at the head of Morag's army. Okay. It is the case, however, that one ill-timed glance may expose a concealed friend. One loose word may betray a city to its enemies. One careless act may cost a man his life's worth of goodwill. Such is the situation with the lady. She had reason to know that her enemy was infiltrating her psyche, that her emotional state was making her vulnerable to attack, yet she dropped her guard, albeit briefly, giving the enemy egress into her. We therefore find Lady Aribeth de Tilmarand guilty of dereliction of duty. This failure was abetted by her superior, myself, and unassuaged by any others in the city's leadership. She is responsible for not seeking the church, yet it remains that they did not sufficiently offer help to one of their own in her time of need. Therefore, the harshest sentence, that of death, will not be meted out in this case. Her offense, however, is sufficient to deprive her of citizenship in Neverwinter. As it took place prior to her acts of war against the Lord's alliance, and their consequences must begin at that point, the lady is found not to have been a citizen of Neverwinter at the time of her entry into the host tower, and was therefore not eligible to act in any official capacity in any subsequent act. Neverwinter is therefore not in violation of her treaties as a result of Lady Aribeth's actions. The members of the Alliance delegation confer briefly. The Alliance is prepared to concur in this assessment of the events. Neverwinter is hereby absolved. The lady's life need not be forfeit to meet the treaty requirements. See great sadness in Lord Nasher's eyes. Had the prisoner anything to say before I pronounce final judgment? Sir Stephen, she need not have your permission to speak at this time. My lord, I cannot express my gratitude to you for the kindness you have done to Fenthic's memory. I see that I was not alone in my love for him. As to my fate, this court's mercy far exceeds what I deserve. I pledge on my life to bring back both tokens filled to the brim, and will again regain my honor among this people. As to the companion recommended by the church, I would ask that none accompany me, though I know one whom I think will not be dissuaded, and whom I would never make the attempt to gainsay him. Whatever my fate, know that I enter it with full heart, and with a greater love of the Lord that I have served, and the people I have cherished than ever before. I could not be more content. Alright, then I pronounce sentence. Lady Aribeth, having been found guilty of dereliction of duty, you are retroactively stripped of your Neverwinter citizenship as of the day you left for Luskan. You are forthwith banished from Neverwinter for a period of not less than 10 years. While you may re-earn the friendship of the Lord's Alliance, and thereby that of the city as a constituent member thereof, you may not ever re-earn citizenship in Neverwinter. Your title was justly earned, and it you may keep, but your lands and position in the city councils are forfeit. As will your position, so are your lands to be the property of Lady Sharwin and Sir Aaron, to be divided fairly between them, though it is hoped that they will one day be reunited. He casts a significant and hopeful glance towards the knight and his lady. Citizens of Neverwinter, from the moment she leaves this room, and until such time as any that she re-earns her honor with the Alliance, her period of banishment has ended, Lady Aribeth de Tilmarand shall not be spoken of, written about, or even brought to mind, save as one dead. We will neither attack her, nor offer her aid. She is dead to this city and her people. The court further concurs with the Church's recommendation that the lady be joined by a companion to aid in her quest for redemption. I have no authority to order anyone not guilty of an offense, at least equal to the lady's, to such a task. However, if a worthy man were to step forward, I might give him the city's blessing. And of course, I so volunteer. I will aid the lady, though it mean exile and hardship. I count the lady's companionship to be of greater worth even than the honors bestowed by so fair and noble a city as Neverwinter. Again you touch my heart, Sir Stephen. I gladly, albeit unwillingly, accept your companionship. Then I hereby give you the city's blessing, Sir Stephen Lioness. There is a portal open in the temple apse through the door to your left. When you enter it, you and the lady will be transported outside the city, and will not be able to re-enter the city so long as you are in her company and the banishment lasts. Aribeth's sentence will not begin until she has exited the city. You may say your goodbyes to those gathered here. You are taking your leave for a final time. May the grace of the gods of the city go with you. End dialogue. All right. I had 2,000 experience for that whole thing. And that was basically just reading. All right. So I think I'm... do I want to talk to these people and head to the portal before I'm done for the night? Maybe. I think that would make sense. then I don't have to worry about where I left off. Okay, let's talk to this guy. Busy, busy, busy. Oh, same dialogue as before. Well, the trial just happened, dude. Alright. Anyway. Can I see the stuff? Alright, well, she's got a bastard sword. Oh, a Holy Avenger bastard sword. That's quite nice. Alliance's token. Church's token. Some potions of heal and armor. She doesn't have a lot else, though, so I'm going to have to see what I have that I can give to her. But her armor's pretty good. Armor bonus +6. Immunity fear. On-hit freeze. Only usable by champion of Torm, fighter, and paladin. Regen +1. I'm not sure why she needs an immunity fear since she's a paladin, but maybe she doesn't count as one anymore. Let's see. Yep, she counts as a lawful good fighter of 16th level. No, that makes sense. She is more lawful than I am. Let's see what we have here. Improved critical bastard sword, katana, and longsword. Weapons focus bastard sword and katana, but not longsword. Weapon specialization bastard sword and katana. Alright. So I guess I'm gonna keep... Ah, fuck. I don't need to stare into my own face. She is smarter than me. And wiser. Well, we're about the same level of wisdom. I'm more charismatic, though, but only with my assistance. Basically, she's got some pretty spectacular stats. Alright. Alright, so I've finished invading my new, well, I'm the sidekick, technically. What's the opposite word to sidekick? Like, I have a sidekick, I guess, mentor? I don't know. Alright, well, let's talk to Sabriam Heimer. Sir Stephen, lady, I am satisfied that justice was done today. My men may not be as convinced. They vilified the lady, and may not be particularly forgiven of one found guilty of dereliction of duty. Might they not count banishment sufficient punishment? Particularly given the unanimity of the court. Is not one who honorably serves sentence to be accepted back at the end? Right, but that's a long way away. I suspect that, if the lady performs the deeds assigned by the Alliance, she will be well received afterwards. She was fairly, universally, albeit grudgingly, respected as it is. Respected? Surely I'm despised. I'm Aribeth the betrayer. I caused the death of their comrades. I led an army against their people. He also outgeneraled their leaders, baffled their scouts, pierced their defenses, and thwarted their purposes. Soldiers admire a clever and capable opponent. In all fairness, though, none of us really understood what you were up to. We would never have anticipated that you would leave exposed flanks and no supply lines. The occupation of the city could not have lasted. You realize, of course, that it didn't need to. The enemy wanted the city taken to herald her return. I understand. She hoped to come back to a ruined city, a confused populace, and an intact army under her control. And she expected in relatively short order to assume dominance over your army as well. One may well suspect that one reason she kept them intact was to reserve them for herself. You may be right there. So she ordered you to molest our army as little as possible, to keep us intact? Well, that's an interesting viewpoint. Because I was presenting it earlier, I think, as being her moral choice, but it could well have been Morag's choice, and that makes some strategic sense, save for the defenders of the city. Actually, that was largely my own doing, as I recall. I was under orders to take the city quickly, and was not expected to do anything to preserve the Luskan army, nor ours, yours for that matter. I concentrated on efficiency, and something in me, I suppose, rebelled against the Queen and Malgrim, whom somewhere deep inside I thoroughly despised. I could not deny Morag's will, but to the extent I was at liberty to how to implement it, I avoided bloodshed wherever possible. It might still have been serendipitous for the enemy, though, having so many living potential slaves available on her arrival. Who could detect all her subtleties? Perhaps she prodded the lady in all particulars, perhaps she was only opportunistic. Of one thing there's no doubt, your heroism, sir. Please accept my gratitude on behalf of the army and its leadership, and my best wishes to you and the lady. May she find her honor again. Farewell to you. And to you, General. So that's one down. Oh, this is kind of tiring. Let's talk to the diplomat. Sir Stephen, you proved the lady's good fortune, tongue and sword. Thou art skilled with both. Envy thy name is all womankind, bereft of such a redoubtable consort. You speak lightly of a serious matter. Is this truly the stuff of which diplomacy is made? Forgive my double entendre, lord. The relief I fear at the fair falling out of this certainly most delicate matter brought on a temporary lightheartedness. That and proximity to your delicious company, as your lordship clearly provides. Your words strike a false note, though your tone seems genuine enough. Perhaps I guard myself and the lady overmuch. You need not fear anyone here, lord. Once you leave the city, however, that is another matter. I likewise am free to just in this room and feel little compulsion in that regard at this moment. Matters have turned out better than I had feared. The court was unanimous with regard to the lady's offense, such as it was, and Lord Nasher both stern and merciful. His will may not be gainsaid should other commanders of Morag's army be taken to the scaffold. You're pleased with the outcome of the trial, as am I, yet worried about events outside the city. Know you of any immediate threats? Quite so on both matters, and yes, I have information that would be of interest to thee and the lady especial. The outcome of the trial has made matters much simpler within the Alliance, and given her agents considerably more freedom than might otherwise have been the case. We can try the other Luskan leaders with confidence that have mended the dicey matter of Neverwinter's standing within the Alliance. The decision of the court will be readily accepted by all Alliance members, and this is good, because a period of testing will likely follow shortly on the heels of the recent war. And I think quite significantly in you two, we have redoubtable agents pursuing the interests of the Alliance, unfettered by her treaties, norms, and policies. The devices of our enemies may well meet with considerable upset because of you two. At least I hope it will be the case. Much is up to the lady. I believe she strongly desires to earn her honor back, and I intend to walk with her on every step. And I will see that the interests of the Alliance are pursued, as I am pledged, and as my Lord Stephen Lioness directs. What, pray, have you to tell us with regards to the specific threats, and whither should we go in pursuit of them? Oh, we have quests. I have not much information. There's an ancient evil newly awakened, so word has reached me, under the Ilmatari Monastery just outside the city walls. It threatens the church, which is an important ally of the Alliance, and an important part of your coming quest. You should consult Nurik about it, if you have not already. I've already pledged to assist the Ilmatari. You should go there directly upon leaving the city. You should then seek the Avarial Cleric in the mountains. Longer term, there's a magical power rising in the desert to the east. Its power is said to be largely demonic, but it may be early enough to stop it, ere it becomes a significant threat. Also, north of the spine of the mountains, in the frozen plains, there's a necromancer seeking to ally with some unknown power within the mountains. It may have nothing to do with the strangely behaving dragons you encountered recently, but then again. Deserts in the east, dragons in the mountains, wizards to the north. We shall pursue each as best we can. Other threats may spring to the fore during your travels. I, or one of my agents, will be in touch as you sojourn. Remember to speak to Nurik ere taking your leave. May the blessings of the free peoples be upon you. Farewell. Farewell to you. Alright. 2 down. And I'm gonna get another drink of water. Hello, kitten. Alright. My cat's trying to figure out what I'm doing.
I greet you.
My lady, I'm glad your life was spared. After reading Sir Toland's report, I was convinced that your execution would not have been just. I was, however, concerned about the Alliance treaties, as no doubt you gathered from our earlier conversations with Stephen. I thought you mentioned the subject for a reason. Aye, and Lord Nasher, as is his wont, managed to navigate the shoals of the treaty's wording and intent, and save the lady from the scaffold, while keeping his city in the Alliance. That was neatly done. The lady and I are grateful to him for his wisdom, and to you for yours. I am gratified. I trust that, with Sir Stephen's help, lady, you will shortly be returning our token, magically filled. Yes, Lord, I am pledged to, and so will I do so, though I am unsure of exactly I can be of service to the Alliance. To be sure, there are many dangers in this unhappy world. Have you suggestions for me and the lady, my lord? You should speak to Darine Fedian. She knows the diplomatic lay of the land hereabouts well. I also have a suggestion or two that you might wish to pursue. You are aware, of course, of the dragons and their threat, and I assume we'll seek them out. There are other matters afoot in the mountains, so I hear. A necromancer of some sort threatens from the north, and apparently has allies deep under the mountains. Seek out the Avarial Cleric. She will likely know more. We will do so, and we will consult with Lady Darine ere we leave. Already did that. Our thanks, Lord Toldwell. May Waterdeep prosper under your leadership and that of your fellow councilmen. And may your journey bring you honor and in the end peace. Farewell. Alright, do you have anything to say that we haven't already said?
Hello.
Okay, it's the same dialogue. Alright. Blah 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 blah. Not going da 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 da. Okay, same dialogue. Just making sure there wasn't like a conversation flag that would be unexpected. Alright, let's talk to
Well
Eliando.
met.
The blessings of Torm go with you, Sir Stephen Lioness, and Lady Aribeth. And with you, my lord. Lord Eliando, I thank you for your fair and compassionate words at the trial. I am greatly in your debt, and deeply grateful for your prayers and your wisdom. Lady, it is no light burden to speak harsh words to one so fair and valiant. You have been a great champion of your city, and your error was not so disastrous as one you seem to believe it was. And yet, I saw the devastation wrought by the enemy's army. Indeed, I was in the thick of it, fighting at the wall's great breach, and saw you stride through at the head of the army. I saw your face and the look in your eyes as you entered the city. You were there. You saw her. Yes, I was, and I saw an expression of grim delight in your face, but in your eyes there was only unknowing madness. Your thoughts and deeds were not your own. The evil done through you was not done by you. You may justly regret your failure in Port Last, as may those who failed you, but not what was done by the enemy in her use of you. No more should a slave regret the cruel deeds of a master. If you were there, Lord, were you truly neutral at the trial? I saw her only after the madness had taken her. I had no knowledge of the events that led up to the madness. Well, Neverwinter's justice system sucks, so I'm not surprised. Until I read Sir Tolan's report. Sentence was not pronounced on anything that might have influenced my judgment of impartiality. I was a fair judge. I understand. That you were, my lord, and I spoke true as well. I see my vindication in the church and in her servants, and I will bring the filled token to the Hierus. And my lord and I will come to see you at your temple of Torm. And I hope you will have entered his service, who defends the innocents and pursues righteousness. But until then, I wish you well. My priest will pray a 10-day rite for your safety and spiritual well-being. The blessings of Torm be upon you, my children, and on you, my lord. Alright. I think, well, I know Nurek's going to tell me something useful, so I'll talk to Dumal first.
I greet you, my child.
May Helm guard your steps, my lord, and bring you safely through the trials to come. May he preserve you and your flock. I thank you for your gift, Watch Knight Dumal, and aid you in your age in trial. I have done my duty for Helm, Sir Stephen. I am indeed glad things did not turn ill for the lady. It would have killed Nasher, I think, to have executed two that he cared so much about. I doubt he will ever be the same after the death of Fenthic. At least he knows he was not entirely responsible for that error. I'm glad he has you for a friend, Watch Knight, and I hope that you are able to arrange to be here with him. Thank you, Sir Stephen. I hope, lady, when the time comes, and you are set to be reunited with the church, that you will enter Helm's service. Our losses have been great due to the enemy's machinations. Like you, we were insufficiently watchful. We should have seen through this duster, and been better prepared. You seek redemption, lady. So do we. Consider joining us. I thank you for your invitation, Watch Knight, and I will consider it well. I shall look to Sir Stephen for guidance, but it seems to me that the clerics of Helm, particularly inasmuch as they share my flaws, may well share my devotion. We shall see when the time comes. There are 3 deeds yet to do first. Speak with Nurek if you have not already, Lord. He may have some idea of where your search may begin. The blessings of Helm be upon you both. Farewell. Okay, let's talk to Nurek.
Hail to ye!
Yeah, jeez. That always takes me by surprise. Hail to ye! Alright, and on you, Nurek. Nurek, I am surprised to see you here in Neverwinter. I thought you preferred the outlying settlements. He was reassigned, lady. All the better for the congregation here in Neverwinter, I should think. Verily, I'm glad for you, Nurek, and for the city. My prayers go with you. And mine to you both. I understand that you have been approached by the monks of Ilmater to perform some service? They claim to need their basement checked, though I deem the matter will prove significantly more complicated when it comes to it. That it no doubt will. Remember, friend, that a holy place stays a holy place. The sites of the heathen temples that preceded our people are frequently places where modern temples are to be found. A good temple is seldom built on a traditionally evil site and vice versa, but otherwise this rule will generally hold. And the Ilmatari monastery is built on such an ancient holy site. Aye, we now suspect that under the heathen temple a very ancient evil dwelt, dormant until recently. I know not all the details, but the monks are concerned. They have been distracted by the recent war, but are also concerned that they may not have the strength to defeat whatever lies below. Your help would be of considerable aid to the church, and may count as the lady's first deed of supererogation. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Alright. Quite probably. There are rumors of ancient tunnels that may have awakened due to the troubles that have afflicted the lands hereabout lately. There may be much therein for you two to do. Please remember to look to the church for aid in your adventures, and, lady, we hope that you will return to the service of Tyr when the time comes. If I am deemed worthy to to return to his service, it would be an honor. Farewell, Neric. Hi, Neric. Farewell, and thank you for your help and support. So, I'm thinking maybe I should talk to Nasher.
I bid you hello.
As long as he doesn't make it through the trial again. Okay. Well, Lioness, I'm glad that's over. On the whole, I'd say it went well. I think our citizens will find their trust in their leadership well placed. A unanimous display of even-handed fairness and thoughtful application of the law, wouldn't you say? Lord Nasher is clearly having difficulty keeping his emotions in check. Very much so, my lord. You were right to involve the church in the alliance. Lady Aribeth, justice was well served. My lord, I seem to be reverting, I must confess. No, I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. I cannot count the number of times I almost addressed you as my father during our councils. It seems so long ago. I would hardly have noticed if you had addressed me so. It would have seemed so natural. No father could have taken more pride in a daughter's accomplishments, nor suffered the pangs of loss more intensely. I buried my own daughter. I stand on the brink again of the chasm. I must surrender another, or so it seems. My lord, Peace, my friend. I have spoken to you both as sovereign of Neverwinter for the last time. I speak now as one who is to lose a great treasure. The year wanes, does it not? I had so thought not long ago that I should be giving you away, lady, in marriage to our beloved Fenthic. I never thought I should be giving you away not to see you again, or him. That is a grief we must share, my lord, whether we abide in one another's company or no. But I shall find solace, I think, in the companionship of another. Think you that you will not be able to do likewise? There is always my work. Rebuilding that which is destroyed is a great consolation, and I have not forsaken friendship in my past years. He cast significant glances toward Dumal, Erard, Aaron, and Sharwin. I will miss you, though. And I failed you, my father, and I'm sorry. No more than I failed you, my beloved. I was able to save your life, though, and that's no small thing. Had I been forced to take it, I fear the next to follow would have been my own. We owe the church, particularly Anadriel and Eliando, a great debt of gratitude, for it was they that suggested the investigation and the trial, and its satisfactory conclusion. Satisfactory? Yeah, I suppose so. But I am to lose you, and the city we both love. That my banishment spares you a suicidal grief is no small consolation, and that I am to spend it in such company as I know you approve of, that is no small thing either. I am content, though I should like some day to see Fenthic's chapel. I'm sure that can be arranged, though it must be without the Sovereign of Neverwinter's official knowledge. That it can, and it must. So, Lioness, I bid you farewell. I thank you again for saving our city, and particularly now for saving the lady. Though that she is restored to me is a great boon. That her absence must be so soon follow is a great sadness. But I shall bear it, knowing that she still has you to protect her. I see that Anadriel and Dumal have rewarded you. I have no greater treasure to give than the one whose company you are to travel. And so I will not have our adventure end in anticlimax. My blessings upon you, and mine upon you. He tearfully kisses Aribeth's cheek. And you, more than a daughter, I bid a last farewell. I love you, Aribeth, and will to my dying day, a day I think will come sooner now that you are lost to me. Pray speak not so of such great sadness, my lord. My banishment is but for 10 years. My death, so decreed by the laws of Neverwinter until that time be filled, ought to be all the dying you need speak or think of. You now have Lady Sharwin, who will sing to you as I could not. Bid her sing of me at whiles, and be content, for I have loved you and always will. Though I live as the deathless elves do, I shall always carry love for you in my heart. And of the city, though the Sarstone be cold and the river lose its wonted warmth, there is still fire of affection deep within this elven maid for her adopted home. Neverwinter and her lord, her people, live. And with that I am consoled. And with that I bid you fond adieu, dearer than father, and go in great peace. Farewell. Okay. Alright. Have I talked to Toland? I don't remember if I have.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. And let's talk to Aaron and Sharwin.
Well met.
My dear friend, I cannot tell you how it saddens me to see you leave. We have shared much since our first meeting in Port last. That we have, Sir Aaron, and I am richer for it. I am glad to have played a part in the rescue of Neverwinter, and to have worked by your side in doing so. You know what's sad? There are a couple of epilogues now where you get to romance Aribeth, but the female player character's burgeoning romance with Aaron doesn't really get much farther than the male characters with Aribeth, and there are no epilogues to explore that. That makes me sad. Aaron's sexy. Alright. Anyway, That we have, Aaron, and I'm all the richer for it. I'm glad to have played a part in the rescue of Neverwinter and to work by your side in doing so. And now you're going to leave us on a glorious romantic journey with your lady fair. I'm going to have to compose a song about it the first chance I get. Which might be some time, lady. I fear the two of you will be quite busy, or will be busy for quite a while to come. Little doubt of that, my friend. Much remains to be done to put the city in order, and there can be no doubt that powerful enemies still remain a threat to the city. I've not forgotten what you and Lord Nasher said about the dragons. I fear they may come for another visit. Indeed they may. And if they do, they'll wish they hadn't. I've given some thought to it as well, and have a few ideas that might make our scaled friends quite disappointed, should they try extorting more gold from Neverwinter. I fear they may be outmatched. I think Lady Aribeth and I will see what can be found of their trail in the mountains. We should try to dissuade them from a foolish attack against Lady Sharon's defenses, if for no other reason than their own safety. I doubt that your concern for them will be reciprocated. Still, any action against evil dragons cannot but be of service to both us and to the Alliance. I cannot but be saddened by the loss of your company, Sir Stephen, though it makes my heart glad to know that you are still looking out for the city's welfare. I shall not abandon friends, whether I can be with them or no, and neither will my lady. No doubt you shall be hearing from us at whiles, and no doubt, lady, you will have much to sing of. If I'm allowed to sing of the dead, that is. Remember, when she leaves here, we, all of us in the city, are to speak of her as one deceased, to make an oddless song, that of the corpse which defeats dragons and makes love to the hero of Neverwinter. Really? Charwin, what kind of song are you thinking about here? Goodness sake. I look forward to its performance. Yeah, I bet you would. Goodness. And I look forward to hearing it someday, in these halls with my lady by my side. Yeah, I'm sure you would. Fucking horny teenagers. I should be glad of that day as well, Aaron. I do not know what you thought of me while I was in my madness, but I know that you have always been honorable, and I have been your friend, and though I have failed you, I will find redemption for your sake, and the city's. You should know, lady, that Aaron spoke no word against you, even in the darkest of times. He was always gracious and understanding. You are too kind, my friend, but let us not dwell on it. In life and in death, I have been your friend, Lady Aribeth, and it is I who failed you. I should have aided you after Fenlick's death, and I hope to find redemption in your eyes by my service to Neverwinter. In my eyes, Aaron, there's only love for you, my friend, and for the city you serve, and its lord, and its lady, showing you of great heart and a worthy daughter of Neverwinter, as I could never be. If there's a memory pure in my heart, it's that time, all too brief it seems, when I served the city by the side of the man I loved. May that which is poignant in my heart be a bloom in yours for many a joyful year. And may I be accounted worthy to succeed to the inheritance of so great a love and so great a heart. But surely there is room in that heart for ever purer memories, for now you monopolize the attentions of one with regard to whom superlatives fail, one by whose might, grace, and valor this city still stands, and many of our hearts, not the least your own, still beat. Also, according to that girl at the Moonstone Mask, he is really, really good in bed. You may think yourself under harsh sentence, but there is many a lass who would be glad to abide even so grim a fate, were the sentence to be served in such company. I have scarcely given cause for such flattery, lady. She understands, Sir Stephen, for I, like she, know only well the lightness of my sentence, that I shall bear it without the company of either of you, Sir Aaron and Lady Sharwin, is a hard thing, and I shall regret our parting. There you understate, my lady. My dear friends, I shall miss you, and I shall hold you daily in prayer, and I shall light a candle to my God for you and your city. Keep her well, and Aaron, keep her well. Aaron puts his armor on Sharwin. That I shall, my lord. Lady Aribeth, please know that I will see personally to the construction of the Fenlick Chapel, for I know what he means to you. He was a good friend to us all, and will be sorely missed, particularly now that peace is restored. Farewell, my friends. May Tyr and Home guard and keep you. And he as well. Okay. Is the dialogue with her any different? Oh, so we come to it at last, our parting of ways. I'd hoped we'd traveled together more. I thought so too, not long ago, but things have changed so much. I'm in his lordship's council, and will find all the fame, glory, and honor I need there. I've not changed toward you, lord, but toward Neverwinter, and toward Sir Aaron. He is such a dear, such a lovely dear. I'm glad to have found him, though he can be a bit morose. If nothing else, I'm needed to cheer him up. Still, I'm glad to have shared in your perils. And I in yours. You have been a steadfast comrade, and I shall miss you. I think this would probably have worked a little better if Sharwin was the one I took on my trip, but that's okay. For how long? The lady has been banished for 10 years, but you haven't been banished at all, near as I can tell. Besides, do you really think Neverwinter's going to ignore you two? You're pledged to aid the Lord's Alliance. You don't think I'll miss the odd chance to get in a little adventure and get out to see you, do you? I'm sure Aaron won't mind. Maybe he can even come along if Lord Nasher can spare him. I hope he does. My travels won't be the same without your company. No, they're going to be a lot better. Do you really think I was unaware of how you felt about Aribeth from the very first? There were times when I almost had my hopes up, but you were so stalwart for the lady. You were really big on wanting that threesome. I think I would have been disappointed if you'd abandoned her for me. You can't possibly believe I wasn't tempted. Flatterer. Lady Aribeth, I hope you appreciate what you have got here. He did everything out of love for you. I blushed notably. Indeed. Well, I should try to be worthy of such devotion. I thank you, Lady Sharwin, for taking care of him for me. If he stayed true in your company, I cannot but think his affection for me must be deep and real, and I cannot but reciprocate. See that you do. I'd like only the best for my friend and companion, and you are the finest and fairest of elven womanhood. He could not do better. Farewell, Stephen. I wish you all the best. I'll even say a prayer for you, and you know that is not my want. I kissed her cheek. At long last, farewell for the present, Sharwin. Long life and beauty and happiness for you, and the gods' blessings. All right, that was long. That was very long. That was longer than I actually meant to be doing this, but it is done, and I think I'm going to call it a night. All right, here we go. Yep, here's my portal. I have talked to everybody, and I think here's a good place to save. And quit out. That is very, very involved and a whole lot of talking. That said, you know, we kind of need a lot of talking for that sort of trial. And I like that the societal part is being explored more in this particular one. I mean, I think the other one was good too, but I think the other one's what you play when you just want to play a romance. Well, just is the wrong word. I don't want to make a value judgment of one against the other, because I think they're both good. I think if you want to play a romance and all that entails, you would play Revival. I think if you want to play it more as a character exploration, then you would play Redemption. That's the gist I'm getting now. That might change as we go, but definitely if you wanted to play more of the romance, you would play Revival. Which is actually what I always wanted. It's like, one of the reasons I'm playing these is because I would always see both of these modules mentioned, and no one would talk about how they were different. They'd be like, you know, this one has a lot of talking, and this one has this, but it's like, okay, well, what is the difference? If I want to play something specific, which one do I pick? And no one would ever say. It'd be like, and it was so annoying. I could never find a good compare-contrast of the two. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this. And because now I have an excuse. Okay, anyway, I am done babbling. I think it's time I try to raid somebody. If anyone has any suggestions on who to raid, I am happy to follow those suggestions. Otherwise, I might pick... Ah, yes. I think I'm going to pick Batshine. Batshine is often in the comments here and is quite fun. They are playing World of Warcraft. And I think that always looks really fun. I have never played World of Warcraft myself. I'm not really an MMORPG sort of person, but I always like looking at them through other people's eyes. So. Okay, good. All right. Well, I'm gonna stop for the night. You guys have a good night. Sleep well. Don't let the bugs bite, etc. and so forth. Bye-bye.